Part I. Of Chapter I. Of Supplements to the First Book, First Half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II. By Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. Chapter I. The Standpoint of Idealism. Part I. Warum willst du dich von uns allen und unserer Meinung entfernen? Ich schreibe nicht euch zu gefallen, ihr sollt was lernen. Goethe. In boundless space, countless shining spheres, about each of which, and illuminated by its light, there revolve a dozen or so of smaller ones, hot at the core and covered with a hard, cold crust, upon whose surface there have been generated from a mouldy film beings which live and know. This is what presents itself to us in experience as the truth, the real, the world. Yet for a thinking being it is a precarious position to stand upon one of those numberless spheres moving freely in boundless space, without knowing whence or whither, and to be only one of innumerable similar beings who throng and press and toil, ceaselessly and quickly arising and passing away in time, which has no beginning and no end. Moreover, nothing permanent but matter alone, and the recurrence of the same varied organised forms by means of certain ways and channels which are there once for all. All that empirical science can teach is only the more exact nature and law of these events. But now at last modern philosophy, especially through Berkeley and Kant, has called to mind that all this is first of all merely a phenomenon of the brain, and is affected with such great, so many, and such different subjective conditions, that its supposed absolute reality vanishes away, and leaves room for an entirely different scheme of the world, which consists of what lies at the foundation of that phenomenon, that is, what is related to it as the thing in itself is related to its mere manifestation. The world is my idea is, like the axioms of Euclid, a proposition which every one must recognise as true as soon as he understands it, although it is not a proposition which every one understands as soon as he hears it. To have brought this proposition to clear consciousness, and in it the problem of the relation of the ideal and the real, that is, of the world in the head to the world outside the head, together with the problem of moral freedom, is the distinctive feature of modern philosophy. For it was only after men had spent their labour for thousands of years upon a mere philosophy of the object, that they discovered that among the many things that make the world so obscure and doubtful, the first and chiefest is this, that however immeasurable and massive it may be, its existence yet hangs by a single thread, and this is the actual consciousness in which it exists. This condition, to which the existence of the world is irrevocably subject, marks it, in spite of all empirical reality, with the stamp of ideality, and therefore of mere phenomenal appearance. Thus on one side at least the world must be recognised as akin to dreams, and indeed to be classified along with them. For the same function of the brain, which during sleep conjures up before us a completely objective, perceptible, and even palpable world, must have just as large a share in the presentation of the objective world of waking life. Both worlds, although different as regards their matter, are yet clearly moulded in the one form. This form is the intellect, the function of the brain. Descartes was probably the first to attain to the degree of reflection which this fundamental truth demands, and consequently he made it the starting point of his philosophy, though provisionally only in the form of a sceptical doubt. When he took his cogito ergo sum as alone certain, and provisionally regarded the existence of the world as problematical, he really discovered the essential and only right starting point of all philosophy, and at the same time its true foundation. This foundation is essentially and inevitably the subjective, the individual consciousness. For this alone is and remains immediate; everything else, whatever it may be, is mediated and conditioned through it, and is therefore dependent upon it. Therefore modern philosophy is rightly regarded as starting with Descartes, who was the father of it. Not long afterwards Berkeley followed the same path further, and attained to idealism proper, that is, to the knowledge that the world which is extended in space, thus the objective material world in general, exists as such simply and solely in our idea, and that it is false, and indeed absurd, to attribute to it, as such, an existence apart from all idea and independent of the knowing subject, thus to assume matter as something absolute and possessed of real being in itself. But his correct and profound insight into this truth really constitutes Berkeley's whole philosophy. In it he had exhausted himself. Thus true philosophy must always be idealistic; indeed it must be so in order to be merely honest. For nothing is more certain than that no man ever came out of himself in order to identify himself directly with things which are different from him, but everything of which he has certain and therefore immediate knowledge lies within his own consciousness. Beyond this consciousness, therefore, there can be no immediate certainty, but the first principles of a science must have such certainty. For the empirical standpoint of the other sciences, it is quite right to assume the objective world as something absolutely given, but not so for the standpoint of philosophy, which has to go back to what is first and original. Only consciousness is immediately given. Therefore the basis of philosophy is limited to facts of consciousness, that is, it is essentially idealistic. Realism which commends itself to the crude understanding, by the appearance which it assumes of being matter of fact, really starts from an arbitrary assumption, and is therefore an empty castle in the air. For it ignores or denies the first of all facts, that all that we know lies within consciousness. For that the objective existence of things is conditioned through a subject whose ideas they are, and consequently that the objective world exists only as idea, is no hypothesis, and still less a dogma, or even a paradox set up for the sake of discussion, but it is the most certain and the simplest truth, and the knowledge of it is only made difficult by the fact that it is indeed so simple, and that it is not every one who has sufficient power of reflection to go back to the first elements of his consciousness of things. There can never be an absolute and independent objective existence. Indeed, such an existence is quite unintelligible. For the objective, as such, always and essentially has its existence in the consciousness of a subject, is thus the idea of this subject, and consequently is conditioned by it, and also by its forms, the forms of the idea, which depend upon the subject and not on the object. That the objective world would exist, even if there existed no conscious being, certainly seems at the first blush to be unquestionable, because it can be thought in the abstract without bringing to light the contradiction which it carries within it. But if we desire to realise this abstract thought, that is, to reduce it to ideas of perception, from which alone, like everything abstract, it can have content and truth, and if accordingly we try to imagine an objective world without a knowing subject, we become aware that what we then imagine is in truth the opposite of what we intended, is in fact nothing else than the process in the intellect of a knowing subject who perceives an objective world, is thus exactly what we desired to exclude. For this perceptible and real world is clearly a phenomenon of the brain; therefore there lies a contradiction in the assumption that as such it ought also to exist independently of all brains. The principal objection to the inevitable and essential ideality of all objects, the objection which distinctly or indistinctly arises in every one, is certainly this: my own person also is an object for some one else, is thus his idea, and yet I know certainly that I would continue to exist even if he no longer perceived me. But all other objects also stand in the same relation to his intellect as I do; consequently they also would continue to exist without being perceived by him. The answer to this is, that other being, as whose object I now regard my person, is not absolutely the subject, but primarily is a knowing individual. Therefore, if he no longer existed, Nay, even if there existed no other conscious being except myself, yet the subject, in whose idea alone all objects exist, would by no means be on that account abolished. For I myself indeed am this subject, as every conscious being is. Consequently, in the case assumed, my person would certainly continue to exist, but also as idea in my own knowledge. For even by me myself it is always known only indirectly, never immediately, because all existence as idea is indirect. As object, that is, as extended, occupying space and acting, I know my body only in the perception of my brain. This takes place by means of the senses, upon data supplied by which the percipient understanding performs its function of passing from effect to cause, and thereby, in that the eye sees the body or the hands touch it, it constructs that extended figure which presents itself in space as my body. By no means, however, is there directly given me, either in some general feeling of bodily existence or in inner self‐consciousness, any extension, form, or activity which would then coincide with my nature itself, which accordingly, in order so to exist, would require no other being in whose knowledge it might exhibit itself. On the contrary, that general feeling of bodily existence, and also self‐consciousness, exists directly only in relation to the will, that is, as agreeable or disagreeable, and as active in the acts of will, which for external perception exhibit themselves as actions of the body. From this it follows that the existence of my person or body as something extended and acting always presupposes a knowing being, distinct from it, because it is essentially an existence in apprehension, in the idea, thus an existence for another. In fact, it is a phenomenon of brain, just as much whether the brain in which it exhibits itself is my own or belongs to another person. In the first case one's own person divides itself into the knowing and the known, into object and subject, which here as everywhere stand opposed to each other, inseparable and irreconcilable. If, then, my own person, in order to exist as such, always requires a knowing subject, this will at least as much hold good of the other objects for which it was the aim of the above objection to vindicate an existence independent of knowledge and its subject. However, it is evident that the existence which is conditioned through a knowing subject is only the existence in space, and therefore that of an extended and active being. This alone is always something known, and consequently an existence for another. On the other hand, every being that exists in this way may yet have an existence for itself, for which it requires no subject. Yet this existence for itself cannot be extension and activity, together space occupation, but is necessarily a being of another kind, that of a thing in itself, which as such can never be an object. This then would be the answer to the leading objection set forth above, which accordingly does not overthrow the fundamental truth that the objectively given world can only exist in the idea, thus only for a subject. We have further to remark here that Kant also, so long at least as he remained consistent, can have thought no objects among his things in themselves. For this follows from the fact that he proves that space and also time are mere forms of our perception, which consequently do not belong to things in themselves. What is neither in space nor in time can be no object; thus the being of things in themselves cannot be objective, but of quite a different kind, a metaphysical being. Consequently that Kantian principle already involves this principle also, that the objective world exists only as idea. In spite of all that one may say, nothing is so persistently and ever anew misunderstood as idealism, because it is interpreted as meaning that one denies the empirical reality of the external world. Upon this rests the perpetual return to the appeal to common sense, which appears in many forms and guises; for example, as an irresistible conviction in the Scotch school, or as Jacobi's faith in the reality of the external world. The external world by no means presents itself, as Jacobi declares, upon credit, and is accepted by us upon trust and faith. It presents itself as that which it is, and performs directly what it promises. It must be remembered that Jacobi, who set up such a credit or faith theory of the world, and had the fortune to impose it upon a few professors of philosophy, who for 30 years have philosophised upon the same lines lengthily and at their ease, is the same man who once denounced Lessing as a Spinozist, and afterwards denounced Schelling as an atheist, and who received from the latter the well-known and well-deserved castigation. In keeping with such zeal, when he reduced the external world to a mere matter of faith, he only wished to open the door to faith in general, and to prepare belief for that which was afterwards really to be made a matter of belief; as if, in order to introduce a paper currency, one should seek to appeal to the fact that the value of the ringing coin also depends merely on the stamp which the state has set upon it. Jacobi, in his doctrine that the reality of the external world is assumed upon faith, is just exactly the transcendental realist who plays the empirical idealist, censured by Kant in the "Critique of Pure Reason," first edition, p. 369. End of chapter 1, part 1. Chapter 1, part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 1, The Standpoint of Idealism, Part 2. The true idealism, on the contrary, is not the empirical but the transcendental. This leaves the empirical reality of the world untouched, but holds fast to the fact that every object, thus the empirically real in general, is conditioned in a twofold manner by the subject. In the first place materially, or as object generally, because an objective existence is only conceivable as opposed to a subject, and as its idea. In the second place formally, because the mode of existence of an object, that is, its being perceived, space, time, causality, proceeds from the subject, is prearranged in the subject. Therefore with the simple or Berkeleian idealism, which concerns the object in general, there stands in immediate connection the Kantian idealism, which concerns the specially given mode or manner of objective existence. This proves that the whole material world, with its bodies, which are extended in space and, by means of time, have causal relations to each other, and everything that depends upon this, that all this is not something which is there independently of our head, but essentially presupposes the functions of our brain, by means of which and in which alone such an objective arrangement of things is possible. For time, space, and causality, upon which all those real and objective events rest, are themselves nothing more than functions of the brain; so that thus the unchangeable order of things, which affords the criterion and clue to their empirical reality itself, proceeds only from the brain, and has its credentials from this alone. All this Kant has expounded fully and thoroughly, only he does not speak of the brain, but calls it the faculty of knowledge. Indeed, he has attempted to prove that when that objective order in time, space, causality, matter, &c., upon which all the events of the real world ultimately rest, is properly considered, it cannot even be conceived as a self‐existing order, that is, an order of the thing in itself, or as something absolutely objective and unconditionally given, for if one tries to think this out it leads to contradictions. To accomplish this was the object of the antinomies, but in the appendix to my work I have proved the failure of the attempt. On the other hand, the Kantian doctrine, even without the antinomies, leads to the insight that things and the whole mode of their existence are inseparably bound up with our consciousness of them. Therefore whoever has distinctly grasped this soon attains to the conviction that the assumption that things also exist as such, apart from and independently of our consciousness, is really absurd; that we are so deeply involved in time, space, causality, and the whole regular process of experience which rests upon them, that we, and indeed the brutes, are so perfectly at home, and know how to find our way from the first, This would not be possible if our intellect were one thing and things another, but can only be explained from the fact that both constitute one whole. The intellect itself creates that order, and exists only for things, while they, on the other hand, exist only for it. But even apart from the deep insight which only the Kantian philosophy gives, the inadmissibility of the assumption of absolute realism, which is so obstinately clung to, may be directly shown, or at least made capable of being felt, by the simple exhibition of its meaning in the light of such considerations as the following. According to realism, the world is supposed to exist as we know it, independently of this knowledge. Let us once, then, remove all percipient beings from it, and leave only unorganised and vegetable nature. Rock, tree, and brook are there, and the blue heaven. Sun, moon, and stars light this world as before, yet certainly in vain, for there is no eye to see it. Let us now in addition place in it a percipient being. Now that world presents itself again in his brain, and repeats itself within it precisely as it was formerly without it. Thus to the first world a second has been added, which, although completely separated from it, resembles it to a nicety. And now the subjective world of this perception is precisely so constituted in subjective known space as the objective world in objective infinite space. But the subjective world has this advantage over the objective, the knowledge that that space, outside there, is infinite. Indeed, it can also give beforehand most minutely and accurately the whole constitution or necessary properties of all relations which are possible, though not yet actual, in that space, and does not require to examine them. It can tell just as much with regard to the course of time, and also with regard to the relation of cause and effect, which governs the changes in that external world. I think all this, when closely considered, turns out absurd enough, and hence leads to the conviction that that absolute objective world outside the head, independent of it and prior to all knowledge, which at first we imagined ourselves to conceive, is really no other than the second, the world which is known subjectively, the world of idea, as which alone we are actually able to conceive it. Thus, of its own accord, the assumption forces itself upon us that the world as we know it exists also only for our knowledge, therefore in the idea alone, and not a second time outside of it. In accordance then with this assumption, the thing in itself, that is, that which exists independently of our knowledge and of every knowledge, is to be regarded as something completely different from the idea and all its attributes, thus from objectivity in general. What this is will be the subject of our second book. On the other hand, the controversy concerning the reality of the external world, considered in section 5 of the first volume, rests upon the assumption, which has just been criticised, of an objective and a subjective world both in space, and upon the impossibility which arises in connection with this presupposition of a transition from one to the other, a bridge between the two. Upon this controversy I have still to add the following remarks. The subjective and the objective do not constitute a continuous whole. That of which we are immediately conscious is bounded by the skin, or rather by the extreme ends of the nerves which proceed from the cerebral system. Beyond this lies a world of which we have no knowledge except through pictures in our head. Now the question is, whether and how far there is a world independent of us which corresponds to these pictures. The relation between the two could only be brought about by means of the law of causality, for this law alone leads from what is given to something quite different from it. But this law itself has first of all to prove its validity. Now it must either be of objective or of subjective origin, but in either case it lies upon one or the other side, and therefore cannot supply the bridge between them. If, as Locke and Hume assume, it is a posteriori, thus drawn from experience, it is of objective origin, and belongs then itself to the external world which is in question. Therefore it cannot attest the reality of this world, for then, according to Locke's method, causality would be proved from experience, and the reality of experience from causality. If, on the contrary, it is given a priori, as Kant has more correctly taught us, then it is of subjective origin, and in that case it is clear that with it we remain always in the subjective sphere. For all that is actually given empirically, in perception, is the occurrence of a sensation in the organ of sense; and the assumption that this, even in general, must have a cause, rests upon a law which is rooted in the form of our knowledge, that is, in the functions of our brain. The origin of this law is therefore just as subjective as that of the sensation itself. The cause of the given sensation, which is assumed in consequence of this law, presents itself at once in perception as an object, which has space and time for the form of its manifestation. But these forms themselves again are entirely of subjective origin, for they are the mode or method of our faculty of perception. That transition from the sensation to its cause, which, as I have repeatedly pointed out, lies at the foundation of all sense perception, is certainly sufficient to give us the empirical presence in space and time of an empirical object, and is therefore quite enough for the practical purposes of life. But it is by no means sufficient to afford us any conclusion as to the existence and real nature, or rather as to the intelligible substratum of the phenomena which in this way arise for us. Thus that on the occasion of certain sensations occurring in my organs of sense, there arises in my head a perception of things which are extended in space, permanent in time, and causally efficient by no means justifies the assumption that they also exist in themselves, that is, that such things with these properties belonging absolutely to themselves exist independently and outside of my head. This is the true outcome of the Kantian philosophy. It coincides with an earlier result of Locke's, which is just as true, but far more easily understood. For although, as Locke's doctrine permits, external things are absolutely assumed as the causes of sensations, yet there can be no resemblance between the sensation in which the effect consists and the objective nature of the cause which occasions it. For the sensation, as organic function, is primarily determined by the highly artificial and complicated nature of our organs of sense. It is therefore merely excited by the external cause, but is then perfected entirely in accordance with its own laws, and thus is completely subjective. Locke's philosophy was the criticism of the functions of sense. Kant has given us the criticism of the functions of the brain. But to all this we have yet to add the Berkeleian result, which has been revised by me, that every object, whatever its origin may be, is as object already conditioned by the subject, is in fact merely its idea. The aim of realism is indeed the object without subject, but it is impossible even to conceive such an object distinctly. From this whole inquiry it follows with certainty and distinctness that it is absolutely impossible to attain to the comprehension of the inner nature of things upon the path of mere knowledge and perception; for knowledge always comes to things from without, and therefore must for ever remain outside them. This end would only be reached if we could find ourselves in the inside of things, so that their inner nature would be known to us directly. Now how far this is actually the case is considered in my second book; but so long as we are concerned, as in this first book, with objective comprehension, that is, with knowledge, the world is and remains for us a mere idea, for here there is no possible path by which we can cross over to it. But besides this, a firm grasp of the point of view of idealism is a necessary counterpoise to that of materialism. The controversy concerning the real and the ideal may also be regarded as a controversy concerning the existence of matter, for it is the reality or ideality of this that is ultimately in question. Does matter, as such, exist only in our idea, or does it also exist independently of it? In the latter case it would be the thing in itself, and whoever assumes a self‐existent matter must also consistently be a materialist, that is, he must make matter the principle of explanation of all things. Whoever, on the contrary, denies its existence as a thing in itself is eo ipso an idealist. Among the moderns only Locke has definitely and without ambiguity asserted the reality of matter. and therefore his teaching led, in the hands of Condillac, to the sensualism and materialism of the French. Only Berkeley, directly and without modification, denies matter. The complete antithesis is thus that of idealism and materialism, represented in its extremes by Berkeley and the French materialists, Holbach. Fichte is not to be mentioned here. He deserves no place among true philosophers. Among those elect of mankind, who with deep earnestness seek not their own things but the truth, and therefore must be not confused with those who under this pretence have only their personal advancement in view. Fichte is the father of the sham philosophy, of the disingenuous method, which through ambiguity in the use of words, incomprehensible language, and sophistry, seeks to deceive, and tries moreover to make a deep impression by assuming an air of importance; in a word, the philosophy which seeks to bamboozle and humbug those who desire to learn. After this method had been applied by Schelling, it reached its height, as every one knows, in Hegel, in whose hands it developed into pure charlatanism. But whoever even names this Fichte seriously along with Kant shows that he has not even a dim notion of what Kant is. On the other hand, materialism also has its warrant. It is just as true that the knower is a product of matter as that matter is merely the idea of the knower, but it is also just as one‐sided. For materialism is the philosophy of the subject that forgets to take account of itself. And accordingly, as against the assertion that I am a mere modification of matter, this must be insisted upon, that all matter exists merely in my idea, and it is no less right. A knowledge as yet obscure of these relations seems to have been the origin of the saying of Plato, ουλη αληθινον ψευδος, materia mendacium verax. End of chapter 1, part 2. Chapter 1, part 3. Of supplements to the first book, first half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Part 3. Realism necessarily leads, as we have said, to materialism. For if empirical perception gives us things in themselves, as they exist independently of our knowledge, experience also gives us the order of things in themselves, that is, the true and sole order of the world. But this path leads to the assumption that there is only one thing in itself, matter, of which all other things are modifications; for the course of nature is here the absolute and only order of the world. To escape from these consequences, while realism remained an undisputed acceptance, spiritualism was set up, that is, the assumption of a second substance outside of and along with matter, an immaterial substance. This dualism and spiritualism, equally unsupported by experience and destitute of proof and comprehensibility, was denied by Spinoza, and was proved to be false by Kant, who dared to do so because at the same time he established idealism in its rights. For with realism, materialism, as the counterpoise of which spiritualism had been devised, falls to the ground of its own accord, because then matter and the course of nature become mere phenomena which are conditioned by the intellect, as they have their existence only in its idea. Accordingly, spiritualism is the delusive and false safeguard against materialism, while the real and true safeguard is idealism, which, by making the objective world dependent upon us, gives the needed counterpoise to the position of dependence upon the objective world, in which we are placed by the course of nature. The world from which I part at death is, in another aspect, only my idea. The centre of gravity of existence falls back into the object. What is proved is not, as in spiritualism, that the knower is independent of matter, but that all matter is dependent on him. Certainly this is not so easy to comprehend or so convenient to handle as spiritualism with its two substances, but καλέπα τα καλά. In opposition to the subjective starting point, "the world is my idea," there certainly stands provisionally, with equal justification, the objective starting point, "the world is matter," or matter alone is absolute, since it alone is not subject to becoming and passing away, or all that exists is matter. This is the starting point of Democritus, Leucippus, and Epicurus. But more closely considered, the departure from the subject retains a real advantage. It has the start by one perfectly justified step. For consciousness alone is the immediate, but we pass over this if we go at once to matter and make it our starting point. On the other hand, it would certainly be possible to construct the world from matter and its properties, if these were correctly, completely, and exhaustively known to us, which is far from being the case as yet. For all that has come to be has become actual through causes which could operate and come together only by virtue of the fundamental forces of matter. But these must be perfectly capable of demonstration at least objectively, even if subjectively we never attain to a knowledge of them. But such an explanation and construction of the world would not only have at its foundation the assumption of an existence in itself of matter, while in truth it is conditioned by the subject, but it would also be obliged to allow all the original qualities in this matter to pass current and remain absolutely inexplicable, thus as qualitates occultae. Compare §§ 26 and 27 of the first volume. For matter is only the vehicle of these forces, just as the law of causality is only the arranger of their manifestations. Therefore such an explanation of the world would always remain merely relative and conditioned, properly the work of a physical science, which at every step longed for a metaphysic. On the other hand, there is also something inadequate about the subjective starting point and first principle, "The world is my idea," partly because it is one‐sided, since the world is far more than that, the thing in itself, will; and indeed its existence as idea is to a certain extent only accidental to it; but partly also because it merely expresses the fact that the object is conditioned by the subject, without at the same time saying that the subject as such is also conditioned by the object. For the assertion "the subject would still remain a knowing being if it had no object," that is, if it had absolutely no idea, is just as false as the assertion of the crude understanding "the world, the object, would still exist, even if there were no subject." A consciousness without an object is no consciousness. A thinking subject has conceptions for its object. A subject of sense perception has objects with the qualities corresponding to its organisation. If we rob the subject of all special characteristics and forms of its knowledge, all the properties of the object vanish also, and nothing remains but matter without form and quality, which can just as little occur in experience as a subject without the forms of its knowledge, but which remains opposed to the naked subject as such, as its reflex, which can only disappear along with it. Although materialism pretends to postulate nothing more than this matter, for instance atoms, yet it unconsciously adds to it not only the subject, but also space, time, and causality, which depend upon special properties of the subject. The world as idea, the objective world, has thus, as it were, two poles: the simple knowing subject without the forms of its knowledge, and crude matter without form and quality. Both are completely unknowable, the subject because it is that which knows, matter because without form and quality it cannot be perceived. Yet both are fundamental conditions of all empirical perception. Thus the knowing subject, merely as such, which is a presupposition of all experience, stands opposed as its pure counterpart to the crude, formless, and utterly dead, i.e., will‐less matter, which is given in no experience, but which all experience presupposes. This subject is not in time, for time is only the more definite form of all its ideas. The matter which stands over against it is, like it, eternal and imperishable, endures through all time, but is, properly speaking, not extended, for extension gives form, thus it has no spatial properties. Everything else is involved in a constant process of coming into being and passing away, while these two represent the unmoved poles of the world as idea. The permanence of matter may therefore be regarded as the reflex of the timelessness of the pure subject, which is simply assumed as the condition of all objects. Both belong to phenomena, not to the thing in itself, but they are the framework of the phenomenon. Both are arrived at only by abstraction, and are not given immediately pure and for themselves. The fundamental error of all systems is the failure to understand this truth. Intelligence and matter are correlates, that is, the one exists only for the other, both stand and fall together, the one is only the reflex of the other. Indeed, they are really one and the same thing, regarded from two opposite points of view. And this one thing I am here anticipating is the manifestation of the will, or the thing in itself. Consequently both are secondary, and therefore the origin of the world is not to be sought in either of the two. But because of their failure to understand this, all systems, with the exception perhaps of that of Spinoza, sought the origin of all things in one of these two. Some of them, on the one hand, suppose an intelligence, νους, as the absolutely first and δημιουργος, and accordingly in this allow an idea of things and of the world to precede their actual existence. Consequently they distinguish the real world from the world of idea, which is false. Therefore matter now appears as that through which the two are distinguished as the thing in itself. Hence arises the difficulty of procuring this matter, the υλη, so that when added to the mere idea of the world, it may impart reality to it. That original intelligence must now either find it ready to hand, in which case it is just as much an absolute first as that intelligence itself, and we have then two absolute firsts, the δημιουργος and the υλη, or the absolute intelligence must create this matter out of nothing, an assumption which our understanding refuses to make, for it is only capable of comprehending changes in matter, and not that matter itself should come into being or pass away. This rests ultimately upon the fact that matter is essential, the correlate of the understanding. On the other hand, the systems opposed to these, which make the other of the two correlates, that is, matter, the absolute first, suppose a matter which would exist without being perceived. And it has been made sufficiently clear by all that has been said above that this is a direct contradiction, for by the existence of matter we always mean simply its being perceived. But here they encounter the difficulty of bringing to this matter, which alone is their absolute first, the intelligence which is finally to experience it. I have shown this weak side of materialism in section 7 of the first volume. For me, on the contrary, matter and intelligence are inseparable correlates, which exist only for each other and therefore merely relatively. Matter is the idea of the intelligence is that in whose idea alone matter exists. The two together constitute the world as idea, which is just Kant's phenomenon and consequently something secondary. What is primary is that which manifests itself, the thing in itself, which we shall afterwards discover is the will. This is in itself neither the perceiver nor the perceived, but is entirely different from the mode of its manifestation. As a forcible conclusion of this important and difficult discussion, I shall now personify these two abstractions, and present them in a dialogue after the fashion of Prabodha Chandrodaya. It may also be compared with a similar dialogue between matter and form in the Duodecim Principia Philosophiae of Raymond Lully, chapters 1 and 2. The subject. I am, and besides me there is nothing, for the world is my idea. Matter. Presumptuous delusion. I am, and besides me there is nothing, for the world is my fleeting form. Thou art a mere result of a part of this form and altogether accidental. The subject. What insane arrogance! Neither thou nor thy form would exist without me. Ye are conditioned by me. Whosoever thinks me away, and believes he can still think ye there, is involved in gross delusion. For your existence apart from my idea is a direct contradiction, a meaningless form of words. Ye are simply means ye are perceived by me. My idea is the sphere of your existence, therefore I am its first condition. Matter. Fortunately, the audacity of your assertion will soon be put to silence in reality, and not by mere words. Yet a few moments and thou actually art no more. With all thy boasting thou hast sunk into nothing, vanished like a shadow, and shared the fate of all my transitory forms. But I remain, unscathed and undiminished from age to age through infinite time, and behold unshaken the play of my changing form. The Subject. This infinite time through which thou boastest that thou livest, like the infinite space which thou fillest, exists only in my idea. Indeed, it is merely the form of my idea which I bear complete in myself, and in which thou exhibitest thyself, which receives thee, and through which thou first of all existest. But the annihilation with which thou threatenest me touches me not. Were it so, then wouldst thou also be annihilated. It merely affects the individual, which for a short time is my vehicle, and which, like everything else, is my idea. Matter. And if I concede this, and go so far as to regard thy existence, which is yet inseparably linked to that of these fleeting individuals, as something absolute, it yet remains dependent upon mine. For thou art subject only so far as thou hast an object, and this object I am. I am its kernel and content, that which is permanent in it, that which holds it together, and without which it would be as disconnected, as wavering and unsubstantial as the dreams and fancies of thy individuals, which have yet borrowed from me even the illusive content they possess. The Subject. Thou dost well to refrain from contesting my existence on the ground that it is linked to individuals. For, as inseparably as I am joined to them, thou art joined to thy sister form, and hast never appeared without her. No eye hath yet seen either thee or me naked and isolated, for we are both mere abstractions. It is in reality one being that perceives itself and is perceived by itself, but whose real being cannot consist either in perceiving or in being perceived, since these are divided between us two. Both. We are then inseparably joined together as necessary parts of one whole, which includes us both and exists through us. Only a misunderstanding can oppose us two hostilely to each other, and hence draw the false conclusion that the one contests the existence of the other, with which its own existence stands or falls. This whole, which comprehends both, is the world as idea, or the world of phenomena. When this is taken away, there remains only what is purely metaphysical, the thing in itself, which in the second book we shall recognize as the will. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 2. The doctrine of perception or knowledge of the understanding. With all transcendental ideality, the objective world retains empirical reality. The object is indeed not the thing in itself, but as an empirical object it is real. It is true that space is only in my head, but empirically my head is in space. The law of causality can certainly never enable us to get quit of idealism by building a bridge between things in themselves and our knowledge of them, and thus certifying the absolute reality of the world, which exhibits itself in consequence of its application. But this by no means does away with the causal relation of objects to each other. Thus it does not abolish the causal relation which unquestionably exists between the body of each knowing person and all other material objects. But the law of causality binds together only phenomena and does not lead beyond them. With that law we are and remain in the world of objects, that is, the world of phenomena, or more properly the world of ideas. Yet the whole of such a world of experience is primarily conditioned by the knowledge of a subject in general as its necessary presupposition, and then by the special forms of our perception and apprehension, thus necessarily belongs to the merely phenomenal, and has no claim to pass for the world of things in themselves. Indeed, the subject itself, so far as it is merely the knowing subject, belongs to the merely phenomenal, of which it constitutes the complementary half. Without application of the law of causality, however, perception of an objective world could never be arrived at. For this perception is, as I have often explained, essentially matter of the intellect and not merely of the senses. The senses afford us mere sensation, which is far from being perception. The part played by sensations of the senses in perception was distinguished by Locke under the name secondary qualities, which he rightly refused to ascribe to things in themselves. But Kant, carrying Locke's method further, distinguished also, and refused to ascribe to things in themselves what belongs to the working up of this material, the sensations, by the brain. The result was that in this was included all that Locke had left to things in themselves as primary qualities, extension, form, solidity, &c., so that with Kant the thing in itself was reduced to a completely unknown quantity, i.e., x. With Locke, accordingly, the thing in itself is certainly without colour, sound, smell, taste, neither warm nor cold, neither soft nor hard, neither smooth nor rough, yet it has still extension and form. It is impenetrable, at rest or in motion, and has mass and number. With Kant, on the other hand, it has laid aside all these latter qualities also, because they are only possible by means of time, space, and causality, and these spring from an intellect (brain), just as colours, tones, smells, &c., originate in the nerves of the organs of sense. The thing in itself has with Kant become spaceless, unextended, and incorporeal. Thus what the mere senses bring to the perception, in which the objective world exists, stands to what is supplied by the functions of the brain, space, time, causality, as the mass of the nerves of sense stand to the mass of the brain, after subtracting that part of the latter which is further applied to thinking proper, that is, to abstract ideas, and is therefore not possessed by the brutes. For as the nerves of the organs of sense impart to the phenomenal objects colour, sound, taste, smell, temperature, &c., so the brain imparts to them extension, form, impenetrability, the power of movement, &c., in short, all that can only be presented in perception by means of time, space, and causality. How small is the share of the senses in perception, compared with that of the intellect, is also shown by a comparison of the nerve apparatus for receiving impressions with that for working them up. The mass of the nerves of sensation of the whole of the organs of sense is very small compared with that of the brain, even in the case of the brutes, whose brains, since they do not, properly speaking, that is, in the abstract, think, is merely used for effecting perception, and yet when this is complete, thus in the case of mammals, has a very considerable mass even after the cerebellum, whose function is the systematic guidance of movements, has been taken away. That excellent book by Thomas Reid, The Inquiry into the Human Mind, first edition 1764, sixth edition 1810, as a negative proof of the Kantian truths, affords us a very thorough conviction of the inadequacy of the senses to produce the objective perception of things, and also of the non‐empirical origin of the perception of space and time. Reid refutes Locke's doctrine that perception is a product of the senses, by a thorough and acute demonstration that the collective sensations of the senses do not bear the least resemblance to the world as known in perception, and especially that the five primary qualities of Locke, extension, form, solidity, movement, and number, absolutely could not be afforded us by any sensation of the senses. Accordingly he gives up the question as to the mode of origination and the source of perception as completely insoluble, and although altogether unacquainted with Kant, he gives us, as it were, according to the regula falsi, a thorough proof of the intellectual nature of perception, really first explained by me as a consequence of the Kantian doctrine, and also of the a priori source, discovered by Kant, of its constituent elements, space, time, and causality, from which those primary qualities of Locke first proceed, but by means of which they are easily constructed. Thomas Reid's book is very instructive and well worth reading, 10 times more so than all the philosophy together that has been written since Kant. Another indirect proof of the same doctrine, though in the way of error, is afforded by the French sensational philosophers, who, since Condillac trod in the footsteps of Locke, have laboured to show once for all that the whole of our perception and thinking can be referred to mere sensations (penser, c'est sentir), which after Locke's example they call idées simples, and through the mere coming together and comparison of which the whole objective world is supposed to build itself up in our heads. These gentlemen certainly have des idées bien simples. It is amusing to see how lacking alike the profundity of the German and the honesty of the English professor, they turn the poor material of sensation this way and that, and try to increase its importance, in order to construct out of it the deeply significant phenomena of the world of perception and thought. But the man constructed by them would necessarily be an anencephalus, a tête de crapaud, with only organs of sense and without a brain. To take only a couple of the better attempts of this sort out of a multitude of others, I may mention as examples Condorcet at the beginning of his book Des Progrès de l'Esprit Humain, and Tortois on sight in the second volume of the Scriptures Ophthalmologici Minores, edit by Justus Radius, 1828. The feeling of the insufficiency of a purely sensationalistic explanation of perception is in like manner shown in the assertion which was made shortly before the appearance of the Kantian philosophy, that we not only have ideas of things called forth by sensation, but apprehend the things themselves directly, although they lie outside us, which is certainly inconceivable. And this was not meant in some idealistic sense, but was said from the point of view of common realism. This assertion is well and pointedly put by the celebrated Euler in his Letters to a German Princess, vol. ii. p. 68. He says, "I therefore believe that the sensations of the senses contain something more than philosophers imagine. They are not merely empty perceptions of certain impressions made in the brain; they do not give the soul mere ideas of things, but actually place before it objects which exist outside it, although we cannot conceive how this really happens." This opinion is explained by the following facts. Although, as I have fully proved, perception is brought about by application of the law of causality, of which we are conscious a priori, yet in sight the act of the understanding, by means of which we pass from the effect to the cause, by no means appears distinctly in consciousness, and therefore the sensation does not separate itself clearly from the idea which is constructed out of it as the raw material by the understanding. Still less can a distinction between object and idea, which in general does not exist, appear in consciousness, but we feel the things themselves quite directly, and indeed as lying outside us, although it is certain that what is immediate can only be the sensation, and this is confined to the sphere of the body enclosed by our skin. This can be explained from the fact that outside us is exclusively a spatial determination. But space itself is a form of our faculty of perception, that is, a function of our brain. Therefore, that externality to us to which we refer objects, on the occasion of sensations of sight, is itself really within our heads, for that is its whole sphere of activity. Much as in the theatre we see the mountains, the woods, and the sea, but yet everything is inside the house. From this it becomes intelligible that we perceive things in the relation of externality, and yet in every respect immediately, but have not within us an idea of the things which lie outside us, different from these things. For things are in space, and consequently also external to us only in so far as we perceive them. Therefore those things which to this extent we perceive directly, and not mere images of them, are themselves only our ideas, and as such exist only in our heads. Therefore we do not, as Euler says, directly perceive the things themselves which are external to us, but rather the things which are perceived by us as external to us are only our ideas, and consequently are apprehended by us immediately. The whole observation given above in Euler's words, and which is quite correct, affords a fresh proof of Kant's transcendental æsthetic, and of my theory of perception which is founded upon it, as also of idealism in general. The directness and unconsciousness referred to above, with which in perception we make the transition from the sensation to its cause, may be illustrated by an analogous procedure in the use of abstract ideas or thinking. When we read or hear we receive mere words, but we pass from these so immediately to the conceptions denoted by them that it is as if we received the conceptions directly, for we are absolutely unconscious of the transition from the words to the conceptions. Therefore it sometimes happens that we do not know in what language it was that we read something yesterday which we now remember. Yet that such a transition always takes place becomes apparent if it is once omitted, that is, if in a fit of abstraction we read without thinking, and then become aware that we certainly have taken in all the words, but no conceptions. Only when we pass from abstract conceptions to pictures of the imagination do we become conscious of the transposition we have made. Further, it is really only in perception in the narrowest sense, that is, in sight, that in empirical apprehension the transition from the sensation to its cause takes place quite unconsciously. In every other kind of sense perception, on the contrary, the transition takes place with more or less distinct consciousness. Therefore, in the case of apprehension through the four coarser senses, its reality is capable of being established as an immediate fact. Thus, in the dark, we feel a thing for a long time on all sides, until from the different effects upon our hands we are able to construct its definite form as their cause. Further, if something feels smooth, we sometimes reflect whether we may not have fat or oil upon our hands, and again, if something feels cold, we ask ourselves whether it may not be that we have very warm hands. When we hear a sound we sometimes doubt whether it was really an affection of our sense of hearing from without, or merely an inner affection of it; then whether it sounded near and weak, or far off and strong; then from what direction it came; and finally whether it was the voice of a man or of a brute, or the sound of an instrument. Thus we investigate the cause of each effect we experience. In the case of smell and taste, uncertainty as to the objective nature of the cause of the effect felt is of the commonest occurrence. So distinctly are the two separated here. The fact that in sight the transition from the effect to the cause occurs quite unconsciously, and hence the illusion arises that this kind of perception is perfectly direct, and consists simply in the sensation alone without any operation of the understanding. This has its explanation partly in the great perfection of the organ of vision, and partly in the exclusively rectilineal action of light. On account of the latter circumstance the impression itself leads directly to the place of the cause. And since the eye is capable of perceiving with the greatest exactness, and at a glance, all the fine distinctions of light and shade, colour and outline, and also the data in accordance with which the understanding estimates distance, it thus happens that in the case of impressions of this sense the operation of the understanding takes place with such rapidity and certainty that we are just as little conscious of it as of spelling when we read. Hence arises the delusion that the sensation itself presents us directly with the objects. Yet it is just in sight that the operation of the understanding, consisting in the knowledge of the cause from the effect, is most significant. By means of it what is felt doubly with two eyes is perceived as single; by means of it the impression which strikes the retina upside down, in consequence of the crossing of the rays in the pupils, is put right by following back the cause of this in the same direction; or, as we express ourselves, we see things upright although their image in the eye is reversed. And finally, by means of the operation of the understanding, magnitude and distance are estimated by us in direct perception from 5 different data, which are very clearly and beautifully described by Dr. Thomas Reid. I expounded all this, and also the proofs which irrefutably establish the intellectual nature of perception, as long ago as 1816, in my essay on Sight and Colour, second edition 1854, third edition 1870, and with important additions 15 years later in the revised Latin version of it, which is given under the title Theoria Colorum Physiologica eademque primaria, in the third volume of the Scriptores Ophthalmologici Minores, published by Justus Radius in 1830, yet most fully and thoroughly in the second and third edition of my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21. Therefore on this important subject I refer to these works, so as not to extend unduly the present exposition. On the other hand, an observation which trenches on the province of æsthetics may find its place here. It follows from the proved intellectual nature of perception that the sight of beautiful objects, for example of a beautiful view, is also a phenomenon of the brain. Its purity and completeness, therefore, depends not merely on the object, but also upon the quality of the brain, its form and size, the fineness of its texture, and the stimulation of its activity by the strength of the pulse of the arteries which supply it. Accordingly the same view appears in different heads, even when the eyes are equally acute, as different as, for example, the first and last impressions of a copper plate that has been much used. This is the explanation of the difference of capacity for enjoying natural beauty, and consequently also for reproducing it, that is, for occasioning a similar phenomenon of the brain by means of an entirely different kind of cause, the arrangement of colours on a canvas. The apparent immediacy of perception, depending on its entire intellectuality, by virtue of which, as Euler says, we apprehend the thing itself, and as external to us, finds an analogy in the way in which we feel the parts of our own bodies, especially when they suffer pain, which when we do feel them is generally the case. Just as we imagine that we perceive things where they are, while the perception really takes place in the brain, we believe that we feel the pain of a limb in the limb itself, while in reality it also is felt in the brain, to which it is conducted by the nerve of the affected part. Therefore, only the affections of those parts whose nerves go to the brain are felt, and not those of the parts whose nerves belong to the sympathetic system, unless it be that an unusually strong affection of these parts penetrates by some roundabout way to the brain, where yet for the most part it only makes itself known as a dull sense of discomfort, and always without definite determination of its locality. Hence also it is that we do not feel injuries to a limb whose nerve trunk has been severed or ligatured. And hence finally the man who has lost a limb still sometimes feels pain in it, because the nerves which go to the brain are still there. Thus in the two phenomena here compared, what goes on in the brain is apprehended as outside of it, in the case of perception by means of the understanding, which extends its feelers into the outer world, in the case of the feeling of our limbs by means of the nerves. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, of supplements to the first book, first half, the Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 3. On the Senses. It is not the object of my writings to repeat what has been said by others, and therefore I only make here some special remarks of my own on the subject of the senses. The senses are merely the channels through which the brain receives from without, in the form of sensations, the materials which it works up into ideas of perception. Those sensations which principally serve for the objective comprehension of the external world must in themselves be neither agreeable nor disagreeable. This really means that they must leave the will entirely unaffected. Otherwise the sensation itself would attract our attention, and we would remain at the effect instead of passing to the cause, which is what is aimed at here. For it would bring with it that marked superiority as regards our consideration, which the will always has over the mere idea, to which we only turn when the will is silent. Therefore colours and sounds are in themselves, and so long as their impression does not pass the normal degree, neither painful nor pleasurable sensations, but appear with the indifference that fits them to be the material of pure objective perception. This is as far the case as was possible in a body which is in itself through and through will, and just in this respect it is worthy of admiration. Physiologically it rests upon the fact that in the organs of the nobler senses, thus in sight and hearing, the nerves which have to receive the specific outward impression are quite insusceptible to any sensation of pain, and know no other sensation than that which is specifically peculiar to them, and which serves the purpose of mere apprehension. Thus the retina, as also the optic nerve, is insensible to every injury, and this is also the case with the nerve of hearing. In both organs pain is only felt in their other parts, the surroundings of the nerve of sense which is peculiar to them, never in this nerve itself. In the case of the eye such pain is felt principally in the conjunctiva, in the case of the ear in the meatus auditorius. Even with the brain this is the case, for if it is cut into directly, thus from above, it has no feeling. Thus only on account of this indifference with regard to the will which is peculiar to them are the sensations of the eye capable of supplying the understanding with such multifarious and finely distinguished data, out of which it constructs in our head the marvellous objective world, by the application of the law of causality upon the foundation of the pure perceptions of space and time. Just that freedom from affecting the will which is characteristic of sensations of colour enables them, when their energy is heightened by transparency, as in the glow of an evening sky, in painted glass, and the like, to raise us very easily into the state of pure, objective, will‐less perception, which, as I have shown in my third book, is one of the chief constituent elements of the æsthetic impression. Just this indifference with regard to the will fits sounds to supply the material for denoting the infinite multiplicity of the conceptions of the reason. Outer sense, that is, receptivity for external impressions as pure data for the understanding, is divided into five senses, and these accommodate themselves to the four elements, that is, the four states of aggregation, together with that of imponderability. Thus, the sense for what is firm, earth, is touch; for what is fluid, water, taste; for what is in the form of vapour, that is, volatile, vapour, exhalation, smell; for what is permanently elastic, air, hearing; for what is imponderable, fire, light, sight. The second imponderable, heat, is not properly an object of the senses, but of general feeling, and therefore always affects the will directly as agreeable or disagreeable. From this classification there also follows the relative dignity of the senses. Sight has the highest rank, because its sphere is the widest and its susceptibility the finest. This rests upon the fact that what affects it is an imponderable, that is, something which is scarcely corporeal, but is quasi‐spiritual. Hearing has the second place, corresponding to air. However, touch is a more thorough and well‐informed sense. For while each of the other senses gives us only an entirely one‐sided relation to the object, as its sound, or its relation to light, touch, which is closely bound up with general feeling and muscular power, supplies the understanding with the data at once for the form, magnitude, hardness, softness, texture, firmness, temperature, and weight of bodies, and all this with the least possibility of illusion and deception, to which all the other senses are far more subject. The two lowest senses, smell and taste, are no longer free from a direct affection of the will, that is, they are always agreeably or disagreeably affected, and are therefore more subjective than objective. Sensations of hearing are exclusively in time, and therefore the whole nature of music consists in degrees of time, upon which depends both the quality or pitch of tones, by means of vibrations, and also their quantity or duration, by means of time. The sensations of sight, on the other hand, are primarily and principally in space, but secondarily, by reason of their duration, they are also in time. Sight is the sense of the understanding which perceives. Hearing is the sense of the reason which thinks and apprehends. Words are only imperfectly represented by visible signs, and therefore I doubt whether a deaf and dumb man who can read, but has no idea of the sound of the words, works as quickly in thinking with the mere visible signs of conceptions as we do with the real, that is, the audible words. If he cannot read, it is well known that he is almost like an irrational animal, while the man born blind is from the first a thoroughly rational being. Sight is an active, hearing a passive sense. Therefore sounds affect our mind in a disturbing and hostile manner, and indeed they do so the more in proportion as the mind is active and developed. They distract all thoughts and instantly destroy the power of thinking. On the other hand, there is no analogous disturbance through the eye, no direct effect of what is seen, as such, upon the activity of thought. For naturally we are not speaking here of the influence which the objects looked at have upon the will. But the most varied multitude of things before our eyes admits of entirely unhindered and quiet thought. Therefore the thinking mind lives at peace with the eye, but is always at war with the ear. This opposition of the two senses is also confirmed by the fact that if deaf and dumb persons are cured by galvanism, they become deadly pale with terror at the first sounds they hear. Gilbert's Annalen der Physik, vol. 10, p. 382. While blind persons, on the contrary, who have been operated upon, behold with ecstasy the first light, and unwillingly allow the bandages to be put over their eyes again. All that has been said, however, can be explained from the fact that hearing takes place by means of a mechanical vibration of the nerve of hearing, which is at once transmitted to the brain, while seeing, on the other hand, is a real action of the retina, which is merely stimulated and called forth by light and its modifications, as I have shown at length in my physiological theory of colours. But this whole opposition stands in direct conflict with that coloured ether drum‐beating theory which is now everywhere unblushingly served up, and which seeks to degrade the eye's sensation of light to a mechanical vibration, such as primarily that of hearing actually is, while nothing can be more different than the still, gentle effect of light and the alarm drum of hearing. If we add to this the remarkable circumstance that although we hear with two ears, the sensibility of which is often very different, yet we never hear a sound double, as we often see things double with our two eyes, we are led to the conjecture that the sensation of hearing does not arise in the labyrinth or in the cochlea, but deep in the brain where the two nerves of hearing meet, and thus the impression becomes simple. But this is where the pons varolii encloses the medulla oblongata, thus at the absolutely lethal spot, by the injury of which every animal is instantly killed, and from which the nerve of hearing has only a short course to the labyrinth, the seat of acoustic vibration. Now it is just because its source is here, in this dangerous place, in which also all movement of the limbs originates, that we start at a sudden noise, which does not occur in the least degree when we suddenly see a light, for example, a flash of lightning. The optic nerve, on the contrary, proceeds from its thalami much further forward, though perhaps its source lies behind them, and throughout its course is covered by the anterior lobes of the brain, although always separated from them till, having extended quite out of the brain, it is spread out in the retina, upon which, on stimulation by light, the sensation first arises, and where it is really localised. This is shown in my essay upon sight and colour. This origin of the auditory nerve explains then the great disturbance which the power of thinking suffers from sound, on account of which thinking men, and in general all people of much intellect, are without exception absolutely incapable of enduring any noise. For it disturbs the constant stream of their thoughts, interrupts and paralyses their thinking, just because the vibration of the auditory nerve extends so deep into the brain, the whole mass of which feels the oscillations set up through this nerve, and vibrates along with them, and because the brains of such persons are more easily moved than those of ordinary men. On the same readiness to be set in motion and capacity for transmission, which characterises their brains, depends the fact that in the case of persons like these every thought calls forth so readily all those analogous or related to it, whereby the similarities, analogies, and relations of things in general come so quickly and easily into their minds, that the same occasion which millions of ordinary minds have experienced before brings them to the thought, to the discovery, that other people are subsequently surprised they did not reach themselves. For they certainly can think afterwards, but they cannot think before. Thus the sun shone on all statues, but only the statue of Memnon gave forth a sound. For this reason Kant, Goethe, and Jean Paul were highly sensitive to every noise, as their biographers bear witness. Goethe in his last years bought a house which had fallen into disrepair close to his own, simply in order that he might not have to endure the noise that would be made in repairing it. Thus it was in vain that in his youth he followed the drum in order to harden himself against noise. It is not a matter of custom. On the other hand, the truly stoical indifference to noise of ordinary minds is astonishing. No noise disturbs them in their thinking, reading, writing, or other occupations, while the finer mind is rendered quite incapable by it. But just that which makes them so insensible to noise of every kind makes them also insensible to the beautiful in plastic art, and to deep thought or fine expression in literary art, in short, to all that does not touch their personal interests. The following remark of Lichtenberg's applies to the paralysing effect which noise has upon highly intellectual persons. It is always a good sign when an artist can be hindered by trifles from exercising his art. F used to stick his fingers into sulphur if he wished to play the piano. Such things do not interfere with the average mind; it acts like a coarse sieve. Vermischte Schriften, vol. I, p. 398. I have long really held the opinion that the amount of noise which any one can bear undisturbed stands in inverse proportion to his mental capacity, and therefore may be regarded as a pretty fair measure of it. Therefore, if I hear the dogs barking for hours together in the court of a house without being stopped, I know what to think of the intellectual capacity of the inhabitants. The man who habitually slams the door of a room, instead of shutting it with his hand, or allows this to go on in his house, is not only ill-bred, but is also a coarse and dull-minded fellow. That in English sensible also means gifted with understanding is based upon accurate and fine observation. We shall only become quite civilized when the ears are no longer unprotected, and when it shall no longer be the right of everybody to sever the consciousness of each thinking being, in its course of 1,000 steps, with whistling, howling, bellowing, hammering, whip‐cracking, barking, etc., etc. The Sybarites banished all noisy trades without the town. The honourable sect of the Shakers in North America permit no unnecessary noise in their villages, and the Moravians have a similar rule. Something more is said upon this subject in the 30th chapter of the 2nd volume of the Parerga. The effect of music upon the mind, so penetrating, so direct, so unfailing, may be explained from the passive nature of hearing, which has been discussed; also the after effect which sometimes follows it, and which consists in a specially elevated frame of mind. The vibrations of the tones following in rationally combined numerical relations set the fibre of the brain itself in similar vibration. On the other hand, the active nature of sight, opposed as it is to the passive nature of hearing, makes it intelligible why there can be nothing analogous to music for the eye, and the piano of colours was an absurd mistake. Further, it is just on account of the active nature of the sense of sight that it is remarkably acute in the case of beasts that hunt, that is, beasts of prey, while conversely the passive sense of hearing is specially acute in those beasts that are hunted, that flee and are timid, so that it may give them timely warning of the pursuer that is rushing or creeping upon them. Just as we have recognised in sight the sense of the understanding, and in hearing the sense of the reason, so we might call smell the sense of the memory, because it calls to us more directly than any other the specific impression of an event or a scene, even from the most distant past. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4, on Knowledge A Priori, Part 1. From the fact that we are able spontaneously to assign and determine the laws of relations in space, without having recourse to experience, Plato concludes (in Meno, p. 353) that all learning is mere recollection. Kant, on the other hand, concludes that space is subjectively conditioned, and merely a form of the faculty of knowledge. How far in this regard does Kant stand above Plato? Cogito ergo sum is an analytical judgment. Indeed, Parmenides held it to be an identical judgment, το γαρ αυτο νοειν εστι τε kai enai, nam intelligere et esse idem est. Clement of Alexandria, Stromata, 6.2, § 23. As such, however, or indeed even as an analytical judgment, it cannot contain any special wisdom; nor yet, if, to go still deeper, we seek to deduce it as a conclusion from the major premise, non entis nulla sunt prædicata. But with this proposition what Descartes really wished to express was the great truth that immediate certainty belongs only to self‐consciousness, to what is subjective; to what is objective, on the other hand, thus to everything else, only indirect certainty belongs, for it is arrived at through self‐consciousness, and being thus merely at second hand, it is to be regarded as problematical. Upon this depends the value of this celebrated proposition. As its opposite we may set up, in the sense of the Kantian philosophy, cogito ergo est, i.e., exactly as I think certain relations in things, the mathematical, they must always occur in all possible experience. This was an important, profound, and a late aperçu, which appeared in the form of the problem as to the possibility of synthetic judgments a priori, and has actually opened up the way to a deeper knowledge. This problem is the watchword of the Kantian philosophy, as the former proposition is that of the Cartesian, and shows ex oion eis oia. Kant very fitly places his investigations concerning time and space at the head of all the rest, for to the speculative mind these questions present themselves before all others. What is time? What is this that consists of mere movement without anything that moves it? And what is space? This omnipresent nothing, out of which nothing that exists can escape without ceasing to be anything at all. That time and space depend on the subject, are the mode in which the process of objective apperception is brought about in the brain, has already a sufficient proof in the absolute impossibility of thinking away time and space, while we can very easily think away everything that is presented in them. The hand can leave go of everything except itself. However, I wish here to illustrate by a few examples and deductions the more exact proofs of this truth which are given by Kant, not for the purpose of refuting stupid objections, but for the use of those who may have to expound Kant's doctrine in future. A right‐angled equilateral triangle contains no logical contradiction, for the predicates do not by any means cancel the subject, nor are they inconsistent with each other. It is only when their object is constructed in pure perception that the impossibility of their union in it appears. Now if on this account we were to regard this as a contradiction, then so would every physical impossibility, only discovered to be such after the lapse of centuries, be a contradiction; for example, the composition of a metal from its elements, or a mammal with more or fewer than 7 cervical vertebra, or horns and upper incisors in the same animal. But only logical impossibility is a contradiction, not physical, and just as little mathematical. Equilateral and rectangled do not contradict each other; they coexist in the square. Nor does either of them contradict a triangle. Therefore the incompatibility of the above conceptions can never be known by mere thinking, but is only discovered by perception, merely mental perception, however, which requires no experience, no real object. We should also refer here to the proposition of Giordano Bruno, which is also found in Aristotle: an infinitely large body is necessarily immovable, a proposition which cannot rest either upon experience or upon the principle of contradiction, since it speaks of things which cannot occur in any experience, and the conceptions infinitely large and movable do not contradict each other. But it is only pure perception that informs us that motion demands a space outside the body, while its infinite size leaves no space over. Suppose now it should be objected to the first mathematical example that it is only a question of how complete a conception of a triangle the person judging has. If the conception is quite complete, it will also contain the impossibility of a triangle being rectangular and also equilateral. The answer to this is: assume that his conception is not so complete, yet without recourse to experience he can, by the mere construction of the triangle in his imagination, extend his conception of it, and convince himself for ever of the impossibility of the combination of these conceptions. This process, however, is a synthetic judgment a priori, that is, a judgment through which, independently of all experience, and yet with validity for all experience, we form and perfect our conceptions. For in general, whether a given judgment is analytical or synthetical can only be determined in the particular case according as the conception of the subject in the mind of the person judging is more or less complete. The conception cat contains in the mind of a Cuvier 100 times more than in that of his servant. Therefore the same judgments about it will be synthetical for the latter and only analytical for the former. But if we take the conceptions objectively, and now wish to decide whether a given judgment is analytical or synthetical, we must change the predicate into its contradictory opposite, and apply this to the subject without a copula. If this gives a contradictio in adjecto, then the judgment was analytical; otherwise it was synthetical. That arithmetic rests on the pure intuition or perception of time is not so evident as that geometry is based upon that of space. It can be proved, however, in the following manner. All counting consists in the repeated affirmation of unity. Only for the purpose of always knowing how often we have already affirmed unity do we mark it each time with another word. These are the numerals. Now repetition is only possible through succession. But succession, that is, being after one another, depends directly upon the intuition or perception of time. It is a conception which can only be understood by means of this, and thus counting also is only possible by means of time. This dependence of all counting upon time is also betrayed by the fact that in all languages multiplication is expressed by time, thus by a time concept, sexis, exacis, six fois, sex mal. But simple counting is already a multiplication by one, and for this reason in Pestalozzi's educational establishment the children are always made to multiply thus: 2 times 2 is 4 times 1. Aristotle already recognised the close relationship of number and time, and expounded it in the 14th chapter of the 4th book of the Physics. Time is for him the number of motion. Ο χρονος αριθμος εστι κινησεως. He very profoundly suggests the question whether time could be if the soul were not, and answers it in the negative. If arithmetic had not this pure intuition or perception of time at its foundation, it would be no science a priori, and therefore its propositions would not have infallible certainty. Although time, like space, is the form of knowledge of the subject, yet, just like space, it presents itself as independent of the subject and completely objective. Against our will, or without our knowledge, it goes fast or slow. We ask what o'clock it is. We investigate time, as if it were something quite objective. And what is this objective existence? Not the progress of the stars or of the clocks, which merely serve to measure the course of time itself, but it is something different from all things, and yet, like them, independent of our will and knowledge. It exists only in the heads of percipient beings, but the uniformity of its course and its independence of the will give it the authority of objectivity. Time is primarily the form of inner sense. Anticipating the following book, I remark that the only object of inner sense is the individual will of the knowing subject. Time is therefore the form by means of which self‐consciousness becomes possible for the individual will, which originally and in itself is without knowledge. In it the nature of the will, which in itself is simple and identical, appears drawn out into a course of life. But just on account of this original simplicity and identity of what thus exhibits itself, its character remains always precisely the same, and hence also the course of life itself retains throughout the same keynote; indeed, its multifarious events and scenes are at bottom just like variations of one and the same theme. The a priori nature of the law of causality has, by Englishmen and Frenchmen, sometimes not been seen at all, sometimes not rightly conceived of, and therefore some of them still prosecute the earlier attempts to find for it an empirical origin. Maine de Biran places this in the experience that the act of will as cause is followed by the movement of the body as effect. But this fact itself is untrue. We certainly do not recognise the really immediate act of will as something different from the action of the body, and the two as connected by the bond of causality. But both are one and indivisible; between them there is no succession; they are simultaneous; they are one and the same thing, apprehended in a double manner. That which makes itself known to inner apprehension, self‐consciousness, as the real act of will, exhibits itself at once in external perception, in which the body exists objectively as an action of the body. That physiologically the action of the nerve precedes that of the muscle is here immaterial, for it does not come within self‐consciousness, and we are not speaking here of the relation between muscle and nerve, but of that between the act of will and the action of the body. Now this does not present itself as a causal relation. If these two presented themselves to us as cause and effect, their connection would not be so incomprehensible to us as it actually is, for what we understand from its cause, we understand as far as there is an understanding of things generally. On the other hand, the movement of our limbs by means of mere acts of will is indeed a miracle of such common occurrence that we no longer observe it. But if we once turn our attention to it, we become keenly conscious of the incomprehensibility of the matter, just because in this we have something before us which we do not understand as the effect of a cause. This apprehension, then, could never lead us to the idea of causality, for that never appears in it at all. Maine de Biran himself recognises the perfect simultaneousness of the act of will and the movement. Nouvelles considérations des rapports du physique au moral, p. 377 and 378. In England, Thomas Reid, on the first principles of contingent truths, essay 4, chapter 5, already asserted that the knowledge of the causal relation has its ground in the nature of the faculty of knowledge itself. Quite recently Thomas Brown, in his very tediously composed book, "Inquiry into the Relation of Cause and Effect," fourth edition, 1835, says much the same thing, that knowledge springs from an innate, intuitive, and instinctive conviction. Thus he is at bottom upon the right path. Quite unpardonable, however, is the crass ignorance of which in this book of 476 pages, of which 130 are devoted to the refutation of Hume, absolutely no mention is made of Kant, who cleared up the question more than 70 years ago. If Latin had remained the exclusive language of science, such a thing would not have occurred. In spite of Brown's exposition, which in the main is correct, a modification of the doctrine set up by Maine de Biran, of the empirical origin of the fundamental knowledge of the causal relation, has yet found acceptance in England, for it is not without a certain degree of plausibility. It is this, that we abstract the law of causality from the perceived effect of our own body upon other bodies. This was already refuted by Hume. I, however, have shown that it is untenable in my work, "Über den Willen in der Natur," p. 75 of the second edition, p. 82 of the third, from the fact that since we apprehend both our own and other bodies objectively in spatial perception, the knowledge of causality must already be there, because it is a condition of such perception. The one genuine proof that we are conscious of the law of causality before all experience lies in the necessity of making a transition from the sensation, which is only empirically given, to its cause, in order that it may become perception of the external world. Therefore I have substituted this proof for the Kantian, the incorrectness of which I have shown. A most full and thorough exposition of the whole of this important subject, which is only touched on here, the a priori nature of the law of causality and the intellectual nature of empirical perception, will be found in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 21, to which I refer, in order to avoid the necessity of repeating here what is said there. I have also shown there the enormous difference between the mere sensation of the senses and the perception of an objective world, and discovered the wide gulf that lies between the two. The law of causality alone can bridge across this gulf, and it presupposes for its application the two other forms which are related to it, space and time. Only by means of these three combined is the objective idea attained to. Now whether the sensation from which we start to arrive at apprehension arises through the resistance which is suffered by our muscular exertion, or through the impression of light upon the retina, or of sound upon the nerves of the brain, &c., &c., is really a matter of indifference. The sensation always remains a mere datum for the understanding, which alone is capable of apprehending it as the effect of a cause different from itself, which the understanding now perceives as external, that is, as something occupying and filling space, which is also a form inherent in the intellect prior to all experience. Without this intellectual operation, for which the forms must lie ready in us, the perception of an objective external world could never arise from a mere sensation within our skin. How can it ever be supposed that the mere feeling of being hindered in intended motion, which occurs also in lameness, could be sufficient for this? We may add to this that before I attempt to affect external things, they must necessarily have affected me as motives. But this almost presupposes the apprehension of the external world. According to the theory in question, as I have remarked in the place referred to above, a man born without arms and legs could never attain to the idea of causality, and consequently could never arrive at the apprehension of the external world. But that this is not the case is proved by a fact communicated in Furiap's Notizen, July 1838, No. 133, the detailed account, accompanied by a likeness, of an Estonian girl, Eva Lauk, then 14 years old, who was born entirely without arms or legs. The account concludes with these words: "According to the evidence of her mother, her mental development had been quite as quick as that of her brothers and sisters. She attained just as soon as they did to a correct judgment of size and distance, yet without the assistance of hands." Dorpat, 1st March 1838, Dr. A. Huck. End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2, of supplements to the first book, first half. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4. On Knowledge A Priori, Part 2. Hume's doctrine also, that the conception of causality arises from the custom of seeing two states constantly following each other, finds a practical refutation in the oldest of all successions, that of day and night, which no one has ever held to be cause and effect of each other. And the same succession also refutes Kant's false assertion that the objective reality of a succession is only known when we apprehend the two succeeding events as standing in the relation of cause and effect to each other. Indeed, the converse of this doctrine of Kant's is true. We know which of the two connected events is the cause and which the effect, empirically, only in the succession. Again, on the other hand, the absurd assertion of several professors of philosophy in our own day that cause and effect are simultaneous can be refuted by the fact that in cases in which the succession cannot be perceived on account of its great rapidity, we yet assume it with certainty a priori, and with it the lapse of a certain time. Thus, for example, we know that a certain time must elapse between the falling of the flint and the projection of the bullet, although we cannot perceive it, and that this time must further be divided between several events that occur in a strictly determined succession: the falling of the flint, the striking of the spark, ignition, the spread of the fire, the explosion, and the projection of the bullet. No man ever perceived the succession of events; but because we know which is the cause of the others, we thereby also know which must precede the others in time, and consequently also that during the course of the whole series a certain time must elapse, although it is so short that it escapes our empirical apprehension. For no one will assert that the projection of the bullet is actually simultaneous with the falling of the flint. Thus not only the law of causality, but also its relation to time and the necessity of the succession of cause and effect, is known to us a priori. If we know which of two events is the cause and which is the effect, we also know which precedes the other in time. If, on the contrary, we do not know which is cause and which effect, but only know in general that they are causally connected, we seek to discover the succession empirically, and according to that we determine which is the cause and which the effect. The falseness of the assertion that cause and effect are simultaneous further appears from the following consideration. An unbroken chain of causes and effects fills the whole of time, for if this chain were broken the world would stand still, or in order to set it in motion again an effect without a cause would have to appear. Now if every effect were simultaneous with its cause, then every effect would be moved up into the time of its cause, and a chain of causes and effects, containing as many links as before, would fill no time at all, still less an infinite time, but would be all together in one moment. Thus, under the assumption that cause and effect are simultaneous, the course of the world shrinks up into an affair of a moment. This proof is analogous to the proof that every sheet of paper must have a certain thickness, because otherwise the whole book would have none. To say when the cause ceases and the effect begins is in almost all cases difficult, and often impossible. For the changes, that is, the succession of states, are continuous, like the time which they fill, and therefore also, like it, they are infinitely divisible. But their succession is as necessarily determined and as unmistakable as that of the moments of time itself, and each of them is called, with reference to the one which precedes it, effect, and with reference to the one which follows it, cause. Every change in the material world can only take place because another has immediately preceded it. This is the true and the whole content of the law of causality. But no conception has been more misused in philosophy than that of cause, by means of the favourite trick or blunder of conceiving it too widely, taking it too generally, through abstract thinking. Since scholasticism, indeed properly, since Plato and Aristotle, philosophy has been for the most part a systematic misuse of general conceptions. Such, for example, are substance, ground, cause, the good, perfection, necessity, and very many others. A tendency of the mind to work with such abstract and too widely comprehended conceptions has shown itself almost at all times. It may ultimately rest upon a certain indolence of the intellect, which finds it too difficult a task to be constantly controlling thought by perception. By degrees, such unduly wide conceptions come to be used almost like algebraical symbols, and tossed about like them, and thus philosophy is reduced to a mere process of combination, a kind of reckoning which, like all calculations, employs and demands only the lower faculties. Indeed, there finally results from this a mere juggling with words, of which the most shocking example is afforded us by the mind‐destroying Hegelism, in which it is carried to the extent of pure nonsense. But scholasticism also often degenerated into word‐juggling. Nay, even the topi of Aristotle, very abstract principles, conceived with absolute generality, which one could apply to the most different kinds of subjects, and always bring into the field in arguing either pro or contra, have also their origin in this misuse of general conceptions. We find innumerable examples of the way the schoolmen worked with such abstractions in their writings, especially in those of Thomas Aquinas. But philosophy really pursued the path which was entered on by the schoolmen down to the time of Locke and Kant, who at last bethought themselves as to the origin of conceptions. Indeed, we find Kant himself in his earlier years still upon that path in his proof of the existence of God, p. 191 of the first volume of Rosenkranz's edition, where the conceptions substance, ground, reality are used in such a way as would never have been possible if he had gone back to the source of these conceptions and to their true content which is determined thereby. For then he would have found as the source and content of substance simply matter, of ground, if things of the real world are in question, simply cause, i.e., the prior change which brings about the later change, &c. It is true that in this case such an investigation would not have led to the intended result; but everywhere, as here, such unduly wide conceptions, under which, therefore, more was subsumed than their true content would have justified, there have arisen false principles, and from these false systems. Spinoza's whole method of demonstration rests upon such uninvestigated and too widely comprehended conceptions. Now here lies the great merit of Locke, who, in order to counteract all that dogmatic unreality, insisted upon the investigation of the origin of the conceptions, and thus led back to perception and experience. Bacon had worked in a similar frame of mind, yet more with reference to physics than to metaphysics. Kant followed the path entered upon by Locke, but in a higher sense and much further, as has already been mentioned above. To the men of mere show, who succeeded in diverting the attention of the public from Kant to themselves, the results obtained by Locke and Kant were inconvenient. But in such a case they know how to ignore both the dead and the living. Thus, without hesitation, they forsook the only right path which had at last been found by those wise men, and philosophised at random with all kinds of indiscriminately collected conceptions, unconcerned as to their origin and content, till at last the substance of the Hegelian philosophy, wise beyond measure, was that the conceptions had no origin at all, but were rather themselves the origin and source of things. But Kant has erred in this respect. He has too much neglected empirical perception for the sake of pure perception, a point which I have fully discussed in my criticism of his philosophy. With me, perception is throughout the source of all knowledge. I early recognised the misleading and insidious nature of abstractions, and in 1813, in my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, I pointed out the difference of the relations which are thought under this conception. General conceptions must indeed be the material in which philosophy deposits and stores up its knowledge, but not the source from which it draws it, the terminus ad quem, not a quo. It is not, as Kant defines it, a science drawn from conceptions, but a science in conceptions. Thus the conception of causality also, with which we are here concerned, has always been taken far too widely by philosophers for the furtherance of their dogmatic ends, and much was imported into it which does not belong to it at all. Hence arose propositions such as the following: all that is has its cause. The effect cannot contain more than the cause, thus nothing that was not also in the cause. Causa est nobilior suo effectu, and many others just as unwarranted. The following subtlety of that insipid gossip Proclus affords an elaborate and specially lucid example of this. It occurs in his Institutio Theologica, § 76. Panto apo acinitu gignomenon aitias ametavliton ecce tin iparxin pan de to apo kinumenas metavlitin egar acinitan esti panti to poiun udia kinesias al afto to enai parage to defteron af eaftu. Quidquid ab immobili causa manat immutabilem habet essentiam, substantiam, quidquid vero a mobili causa manat, essentiam habet mutabilem, si enim illud, quod aliquid facit, est prorsus immobile, non per motum, sed per ipsum esse producit ipsum secundum exe ipso. Excellent! But just show me a cause which is not itself set in motion. It is simply impossible. But here, as in so many cases, abstraction has thought away all determinations down to that one which it is desired to make use of, without regard to the fact that the latter cannot exist without the former. The only correct expression of the law of causality is this: every change has its cause in another change which immediately precedes it. If something happens, i.e., if a new state of things appears, i.e., if something is changed, then something else must have changed immediately before, and something else again before this, and so on ad infinitum. For a first cause is as impossible to conceive as a beginning of time or a limit of space. More than this the law of causality does not assert. Thus its claims only arise in the case of changes. So long as nothing changes there can be no question of a cause. For there is no a priori ground for inferring from the existence of given things, i.e., states of matter, their previous non‐existence, and from this again their coming into being, that is to say, there is no a priori ground for inferring a change. Therefore the mere existence of a thing does not justify us in inferring that it has a cause. Yet there may be a posteriori reasons, i.e., reasons drawn from previous experience, for the assumption that the present state or condition did not always exist, but has only come into existence in consequence of another state, and therefore by means of a change, the cause of which is then to be sought, and also the cause of this cause. Here then we are involved in the infinite regressus, to which the application of the law of causality always leads. We said above, things, i.e., states or conditions of matter, for change and causality have only to do with states or conditions. It is these states which we understand by form in the wider sense, and only the forms change, the matter is permanent. Thus it is only the form which is subject to the law of causality. But the form constitutes the thing, i.e., it is the ground of the difference of things, while matter must be thought as the same in all. Therefore the schoolmen said, forma dat esse rei. More accurately, this proposition would run, format dat rei essentiam, materia existentiam. Therefore the question as to the cause of a thing always concerns merely its form, i.e., its state or quality, and not its matter, and indeed only the former so far as we have grounds for assuming that it has not always existed, but has come into being by means of a change. The union of form and matter, or of essentia and existentia, gives the concrete which is always particular, thus the thing. And it is the forms whose union with matter, i.e., whose appearance in matter by means of a change, are subject to the law of causality. By taking the conception too widely, in the abstract, the mistake slipped in of extending causality to the thing absolutely, i.e., to its whole inner nature and existence, thus also to matter, and ultimately it was thought justifiable to ask for a cause of the world itself. This is the origin of the cosmological proof. This proof begins by inferring from the existence of the world its non‐existence, which preceded its existence, and such an inference is quite unjustifiable. It ends, however, with the most fearful inconsistency, for it does away altogether with the law of causality, from which alone it derives all its evidencing power, for it stops at a first cause and will not go further, thus ends, as it were, by committing parricide, as the bees kill the drones after they have served their end. All the talk about the absolute is referable to a shamefast and therefore disguised cosmological proof, which, in the face of the critique of pure reason, has passed for philosophy in Germany for the last 60 years. What does the absolute mean? Something that is, and of which, under pain of punishment, we dare not ask further whence and why it is. A precious rarity for professors of philosophy. In the case, however, of the honestly expressed cosmological proof, through the assumption of a first cause, and therefore of a first beginning in a time which has absolutely no beginning, this beginning is always pushed further back by the question, why not earlier? And so far back indeed that one never gets down from it to the present, but is always marvelling that the present itself did not occur already millions of years ago. In general, then, the law of causality applies to all things in the world, but not to the world itself, for it is immanent in the world, not transcendent; with it comes into action, and with it is abolished. This depends ultimately upon the fact that it belongs to the mere form of our understanding, like the whole of the objective world, which accordingly is merely phenomenal, and is conditioned by the understanding. Thus the law of causality has full application without any exception to all things in the world, of course in respect of their form, to the variation of these forms, and thus to their changes. It is valid for the actions of men as for the impact of a stone, yet, as we have said, always merely with regard to events, to changes. But if we abstract from its origin in the understanding, and try to look at it as purely objective, it will be found in ultimate analysis to depend upon the fact that everything that acts does so by virtue of its original, and therefore eternal or timeless, power. Therefore its present effect would necessarily have occurred infinitely earlier, that is, before all conceivable time, but that it lacked the temporal condition. This temporal condition is the occasion, that is, the cause, on account of which alone the effect only takes place now; but now takes place necessarily; the cause assigns it its place in time. But in consequence of that unduly wide view in abstract thought of the conception cause, which was considered above, it has been confounded with the conception of force. This is something completely different from the cause, but yet is that which imparts to every cause its causality, that is, the capability of producing an effect. I have explained this fully and thoroughly in the second book of the first volume, also in the Will in Nature, and finally also in the second edition of the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, § 20, p. 44, third edition, p. 45. This confusion is to be found in its most aggravated form in Maine-de-Biran's book mentioned above, and this is dealt with more fully in the place last referred to. But apart from this it is also very common; for example, when people seek for the cause of any original force, such as gravitation. Kant himself, "Über den einzig möglichen Beweisgrund," vol. I. p. 211-215 of Rosenkranz's edition, calls the forces of nature efficient causes, and says gravity is a cause. Yet it is impossible to see to the bottom of his thought so long as force and cause are not distinctly recognised as completely different. But the use of abstract conceptions leads very easily to their confusion, if the consideration of their origin is set aside. The knowledge of causes and effects, always perceptive, which rests on the form of the understanding, is neglected in order to stick to the abstraction cause. In this way alone is the conception of causality, with all its simplicity, so very frequently wrongly apprehended. Therefore, even in Aristotle (Metamorphoses, iv. 2), we find causes divided into four classes which are utterly falsely, and indeed crudely, conceived. Compare with it my classification of causes, as set forth for the first time in my essay on Sight and Colour, chapter 1, and touched upon briefly in the 6th paragraph of the first volume of the present work, but expounded at full length in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, pp. 30-33. Two things in nature remain untouched by that chain of causality which stretches into infinity in both directions. These are matter and the forces of nature. They are both conditions of causality, while everything else is conditioned by it. For the one, matter, is that in which the states and their changes appear; the other, forces of nature, is that by virtue of which alone they can appear at all. Here, however, one must remember that in the second book, and later and more thoroughly in the will in nature, the natural forces are shown to be identical with the will in us, but matter appears as the mere visibility of the will, so that ultimately it also may in a certain sense be regarded as identical with the will. End of chapter 4, part 2. Chapter 4, part 3, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4. On Knowledge A Priori. Part III. On the other hand, not less true and correct is what is explained in section 4 of the first book, and still better in the second edition of the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, at the end of section 21, p. 77, third edition, p. 82, that matter is causality itself objectively comprehended, for its entire nature consists in acting in general, so that it itself is thus the activity (ενεργεια, reality) of things generally, as it were the abstraction of all their different kinds of acting. Accordingly, since the essence (essentia) of matter consists in action in general, and the reality (existentia) of things consists in their materiality, which thus again is one with action in general, it may be asserted of matter that in it existentia and essentia unite and are one, for it has no other attribute than existence itself in general and independent of all fuller definitions of it. On the other hand, all empirically given matter, thus all material or matter in the special sense, which our ignorant materialists at the present day confound with matter, has already entered the framework of the forms, and manifests itself only through their qualities and accidents, because in experience every action is of quite a definite and special kind, and is never merely general. Therefore pure matter is an object of thought alone, not of perception, which led Plotinus in Aeneas II, Book 4, chapters 8 and 9, and Giordano Bruno, Della Causa, Dialogue 4, to make the paradoxical assertion that matter has no extension, for extension is inseparable from the form, and that therefore it is incorporeal. Yet Aristotle had already taught that it is not a body although it is corporeal. Soma men ουκ αν ειν, somatiki de. Stobaeus Eclogues, Book 1, Chapter 12, Section 5. In reality we think under pure matter only action, in the abstract, quite independent of the kind of action, thus pure causality itself, and as such it is not an object but a condition of experience, just like space and time. This is the reason why in the accompanying table of our pure a priori knowledge matter is able to take the place of causality, and therefore appears along with space and time as the third pure form, and therefore as dependent on our intellect. This table contains all the fundamental truths which are rooted in our perceptive or intuitive knowledge a priori, expressed as first principles independent of each other. What is special, however, what forms the content of arithmetic and geometry, is not given here, nor yet what only results from the union and application of those formal principles of knowledge. This is the subject of the metaphysical first principles of natural science expounded by Kant, to which this table in some measure forms a propædeutic and introduction, and with which it therefore stands in direct connection. In this table I have primarily had in view the very remarkable parallelism of those a priori principles of knowledge which form the framework of all experience, but specially also the fact that, as I have explained in section 4 of the first volume, matter and also causality is to be regarded as a combination, or if it is preferred, an amalgamation of space and time. In agreement with this we find that what geometry is for the pure perception or intuition of space, and arithmetic for that of time, Kant's phoronomy is for the pure perception or intuition of the two united. For matter is primarily that which is movable in space. The mathematical point cannot even be conceived as movable, as Aristotle has shown (Phys. 6.10). This philosopher also himself provided the first example of such a science, for in the 5th and 6th books of his Physics he determined a priori the laws of rest and motion. Now this table may be regarded at pleasure either as a collection of the eternal laws of the world, and therefore as the basis of our ontology, or as a chapter of the physiology of the brain, according as one assumes the realistic or the idealistic point of view. But the second is in the last instance right. On this point, indeed, we have already come to an understanding in the first chapter; yet I wish further to illustrate it specially by an example. Aristotle's book De Xenophane, &c., commences with these weighty words of Xenophanes: Eidian enai psysin, eti estin eper mi endexetai genesthai unden ec midenas. Aeternum esse inquit, quicquid est, si quidem fieri non potest, ut ex nihilo quipiam existat. Here, then, Xenophanes judges as to the origin of things, as regards its possibility, and of this origin he can have had no experience, even by analogy. Nor, indeed, does he appeal to experience, but judges apodictically, and therefore a priori. How can he do this, if as a stranger he looks from without into a world that exists purely objectively, that is, independently of his knowledge? How can he, an ephemeral being hurrying past, to whom only a hasty glance into such a world is permitted, judge apodictically, a priori, and without experience, concerning that world, the possibility of its existence and origin? The solution of this riddle is that the man has only to do with his own ideas, which as such are the work of his brain, and the constitution of which is merely the manner or mode in which alone the function of his brain can be fulfilled, that is, the form of his perception. He thus judges only as to the phenomena of his own brain, and declares what enters into its forms, time, space, and causality, and what does not. In this he is perfectly at home and speaks apodictically. In a like sense, then, the following table of the prædicabilia a priori of time, space, and matter is to be taken. Prædicabilia a priori. Note from reader. What follows is a chart in 3 columns, the first headed of time, the second of space, and the third of matter. Of time. 1. There is only one time, and all different times are parts of it. Of space. There is only one space, and all different spaces are parts of it. Of matter. There is only one matter, and all different materials are different states of matter; as such it is called substance. 2. Different times are not simultaneous but successive. Different spaces are not successive but simultaneous. Different matters or materials are not so through substance but through accidents. 3. Time cannot be thought away, but everything can be thought away from it. Space cannot be thought away, but everything can be thought away from it. Annihilation of matter is inconceivable, but annihilation of all its forms and qualities is conceivable. 4. Time has 3 divisions, the past, the present, and the future, which constitute 2 directions and a centre of indifference. Space has 3 dimensions, height, breadth, and length. Matter exists, that is, exists in all the dimensions of space and throughout the whole length of time, and thus these two are united and thereby filled. In this consists the true nature of matter; thus it is through and through causality. 5. Time is infinitely divisible. Space is infinitely divisible. Matter is infinitely divisible. 6. Time is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, no one of its parts is different from the rest, nor separated from it by anything that is not time. Space is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, not one of its parts is different from the rest, nor separated from it by anything that is not space. Matter is homogeneous and a continuum, that is, it does not consist of originally different homoiomera, or originally separated parts, atoms. It is therefore not composed of parts, which would necessarily be separated by something that was not matter. 7. Time has no beginning and no end, but all beginning and end is in it. Space has no limits, but all limits are in it. Matter has no origin and no end, but all coming into being and passing away are in it. 8. By reason of time we count. By reason of space we measure. By reason of matter we weigh. 9. Rhythm is only in time. Symmetry is only in space. Equilibrium is only in matter. 10. We know the laws of time a priori. We know the laws of space a priori. We know the laws of the substance of all accidents a priori. 11. Time can be perceived a priori, although only in the form of a line. Space is immediately perceptible a priori. Matter can only be thought a priori. 12. Time has no permanence, but passes away as soon as it is there. Space can never pass away, but endures through all time. The accidents change, the substance remain. 13. Time never rests. Space is immovable. Matter is indifferent to rest and motion, that is, it is originally disposed towards neither of the two. 14. Everything that exists in time has duration. Everything that exists in space has a position. Everything material has the capacity for action. 15. Time has no duration, but all duration is in it, and is the persistence of what is permanent in contrast with its restless course. Space has no motion, but all motion is in it, and it is the change of position of what is moved in contrast with its unbroken rest. Matter is what is permanent in time and movable in space. By the comparison of what rests with what is moved we measure duration. 16. All motion is only possible in time. All motion is only possible in space. All motion is only possible to matter. 17. Velocity is, in equal spaces, in inverse proportion to the time. Velocity is, in equal times, in direct proportion to the space. The magnitude of the motion, the velocity being equal, is in direct geometrical proportion to the matter, or mass. 18. Time is not measurable directly through itself, but only indirectly through motion, which is in space and time together; thus the motion of the sun and of the clock measure time. Space is measurable directly through itself, and indirectly through motion, which is in time and space together; hence, for example, an hour's journey, and the distance of the fixed stars expressed as the travelling of light for so many years. Matter as such, mass, is measurable, that is, determinable as regards its quantity only indirectly, only through the amount of the motion which it receives and imparts when it is repelled or attracted. 19. Time is omnipresent. Every part of time is everywhere, that is, in all space at once. Space is eternal. Every part of it exists always. Matter is absolute, that is, it neither comes into being nor passes away, and thus its quantity can neither be increased nor diminished. 20. In time taken by itself, everything would be in succession. In space taken by itself, everything would be simultaneous. Matter unites the ceaseless flight of time with the rigid immobility of space; therefore it is the permanent substance of the changing accidents. Causality determines this change for every place at every time, and thereby combines time and space, and constitutes the whole nature of matter. 21. Time makes the change of accidents possible. Space makes the permanence of substance possible. 22. Every part of time contains all parts of matter. No part of space contains the same matter as another, for matter is both permanent and impenetrable. 23. Time is the principium individuationis. Space is the principium individuationis. Individuals are material. 24. The now has no duration. The point has no extension. The atom has no reality. 25. Time in itself is empty and without properties. Space in itself is empty and without properties. Matter in itself is without form and quality, and likewise inert, i.e., indifferent to rest or motion, thus without properties. 26. Every moment is conditioned by the preceding moment, and is only because the latter has ceased to be. Principle of sufficient reason of existence in time. See my essay on the principle of sufficient reason. By the position of every limit in space with reference to any other limit, its position with reference to every possible limit is precisely determined. Principle of sufficient reason of existence in space. Every change in matter can take place only on account of another change which preceded it, and therefore a first change, and thus also a first state of matter, is just as inconceivable as a beginning of time or a limit of space. Principle of sufficient reason of becoming. 27. Time makes arithmetic possible. Space makes geometry possible. Matter, as that which is movable in space, makes phoronomy possible. 28. The simple element in arithmetic is unity. The simple element in geometry is the point. The simple element in phoronomy is the atom. End of chapter 4, part 3. Chapter 4, part 4, of Supplements to the First Book, First Half, The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 4, on Knowledge A Priori, Part 4. Notes to the Annexed Table. 1. To Number 4 of Matter. The essence of matter is acting. It is acting itself in the abstract, thus acting in general apart from all difference of the kind of action. It is through and through causality. On this account it is itself, as regards its existence, not subject to the law of causality, and thus has neither come into being nor passes away, for otherwise the law of causality would be applied to itself. Since now causality is known to us a priori, the conception of matter as the indestructible basis of all that exists can so far take its place in the knowledge we possess a priori, inasmuch as it is only the realization of an a priori form of our knowledge. For as soon as we see anything that acts or is causally efficient, it presents itself eo ipso as material, and conversely, anything material presents itself as necessarily active or causally efficient. They are in fact interchangeable conceptions. Therefore the word actual is used as synonymous with material, and also the Greek κατ ενεργειαν, in opposition to κατα δυναμιν, reveals the same source, for ενεργεια signifies action in general, so also with actu in opposition to potentia, and the English actually for wirklich. What is called space occupation or impenetrability, and regarded as the essential predicate of body, that is, of what is material, is merely that kind of action which belongs to all bodies without exception, the mechanical. It is this universality alone, by virtue of which it belongs to the conception of body, and follows a priori from this conception, and therefore cannot be thought away from it without doing away with the conception itself. It is this, I say, that distinguishes it from any other kind of action, such as that of electricity or chemistry, or light or heat. Kant has very accurately analysed this space occupation of the mechanical mode of activity into repulsive and attractive force, just as a given mechanical force is analysed into two others by means of the parallelogram of forces. But this is really only the thoughtful analysis of the phenomenon into its two constituent parts. The two forces in conjunction exhibit the body within its own limits, that is, in a definite volume, while the one alone would diffuse it into infinity, and the other alone would contract it to a point. Notwithstanding this reciprocal balancing or neutralization, the body still acts upon other bodies which contest its space with the first force, repelling them, and with the other force in gravitation attracting all bodies in general; so that the two forces are not extinguished in their product, as, for instance, two equal forces acting in different directions, or +E and -E, or oxygen and hydrogen in water. That impenetrability and gravity really exactly coincide is shown by their empirical inseparableness, in that the one never appears without the other, although we can separate them in thought. I must not, however, omit to mention that the doctrine of Kant referred to, which forms the fundamental thought of the second part of his metaphysical first principles of natural science, thus of the dynamics, was distinctly and fully expounded before Kant by Priestley, in his excellent "Disquisitions on Matter and Spirit," § 1 and 2, a book which appeared in 1777, and the second edition in 1782, while Kant's work was published in 1786. Unconscious recollection may certainly be assumed in the case of subsidiary thoughts, flashes of wit, comparisons, &c., but not in the case of the principal and fundamental thought. Shall we then believe that Kant silently appropriated such important thoughts of another man, and this from a book which at that time was new? Or that this book was unknown to him, and that the same thoughts sprang up in two minds within a short time? The explanation also which Kant gives in the "Metaphysical First Principles of Natural Science," first edition, p. 88, Rosenkranz's edition, p. 384, of the real difference between fluids and solids, is in substance already to be found in Kaspar Frieder. Wolf's Theory of Generation, Berlin, 1764, p. 132. But what are we to say if we find Kant's most important and brilliant doctrine, that of the ideality of space and the merely phenomenal existence of the corporeal world, already expressed by Maupertuis 30 years earlier? This will be found more fully referred to in Frauenstedt's Letters on My Philosophy, letter 14. Maupertuis expresses this paradoxical doctrine so decidedly, and yet without adducing any proof of it, that one must suppose that he also took it from somewhere else. It is very desirable that the matter should be further investigated, and as this would demand tiresome and extensive researches, some German academy might very well make the question the subject of a prize essay. Now in the same relation as that in which Kant here stands to Priestley, and perhaps also to Kaspar Wolff, and Maupertuis or his predecessor, Laplace stands to Kant. For the principal and fundamental thought of Laplace's admirable and certainly correct theory of the origin of the planetary system, which is set forth in his Exposition du Système du Monde, Book V, Chapter 2, was expressed by Kant nearly 50 years before, in 1755, in his "Naturgeschichte und Theorie des Himmels," and most fully in 1763 in his "Einzig möglichen Beweisgrund des Daseins Gottes," Chapter 7. Moreover, in the later work he gives us to understand that Lambert, in his "Kosmologischen Briefen," 1761, tacitly adopted that doctrine from him; and these letters at the same time also appeared in French, Lettres cosmologiques sur la constitution de l'univers. We are therefore obliged to assume that Laplace knew that Kantian doctrine. Certainly he expounds the matter more thoroughly, strikingly, and fully, and at the same time more simply than Kant, as is natural from his more profound astronomical knowledge. Yet in the main it is to be found clearly expressed in Kant, and on account of the importance of the matter would alone have been sufficient to make his name immortal. It cannot but disturb us very much if we find minds of the first order under suspicion of dishonesty, which would be a scandal to those of the lowest order; for we feel that theft is even more inexcusable in a rich man than in a poor one. We dare not, however, be silent, for here we are posterity, and must be just, as we hope that posterity will some day be just to us. Therefore, as a third example, I will add to these cases that the fundamental thoughts of the metamorphosis of plants by Goethe were already expressed by Kaspar Wolff in 1764 in his Theory of Generation, p. 148, 229, 243, &c. Indeed, is it otherwise with the system of gravitation? the discovery of which is on the continent of Europe always ascribed to Newton, while in England the learned at least know very well that it belongs to Robert Hooke, who in the year 1666, in a communication to the Royal Society, expounds it quite distinctly, although only as an hypothesis and without proof. The principal passage of this communication is quoted in Dugald Stewart's "Philosophy of the Human Mind," and is probably taken for Robert Hooke's posthumous works. The history of the matter, and how Newton got into difficulty by it, is also to be found in the "Biographie Universelle," article Newton. Hooke's priority is treated as an established fact in a short history of astronomy (Quarterly Review, August 1828). Further details on this subject are to be found in my Parerga, vol. ii. § 86, second edition, § 88. The story of the fall of an apple is a fable as groundless as it is popular, and is quite without authority. Note 2. To number 18 of matter. The quantity of a motion, quantitas motus, already in Descartes, is the product of the mass into the velocity. This law is the basis not only of the doctrine of impact in mechanics, but also of that of equilibrium in statics. From the force of impact which two bodies with the same velocity exert, the relation of their masses to each other may be determined. Thus of two hammers striking with the same velocity, the one which has the greater mass will drive the nail deeper into the wall, or the post deeper into the earth. For example, a hammer weighing 6 pounds, with a velocity equalling 6, effects as much as a hammer weighing 3 pounds, with a velocity equalling 12, for in both cases the quantity of motion or the momentum equals 36. Of two balls rolling at the same pace, the one which has the greater mass will impel a third ball at rest to a greater distance than the ball of less mass can. For the mass of the first, multiplied by the same velocity, gives a greater quantity of motion or a greater momentum. The cannon carries further than the gun, because an equal velocity communicated to a much greater mass gives a much greater quantity of motion, which resists longer the retarding effect of gravity. For the same reason, the same arm will throw a lead bullet further than a stone one of equal magnitude, or a large stone further than quite a small one. And therefore also a case shot does not carry so far as a ball shot. The same law lies at the foundation of the theory of the lever and of the balance. For here also the smaller mass, on the longer arm of the lever or beam of the balance, has a greater velocity in falling, and multiplied by this it may be equal to, or indeed exceed the quantity of motion or the momentum of the greater mass at the shorter arm of the lever. In the state of rest brought about by equilibrium, this velocity exists merely in intention or virtually, potentia, not actu, but it acts just as well as actu, which is very remarkable. The following explanation will be more easily understood now that these truths have been called to mind. The quantity of a given matter can only be estimated in general according to its force, and its force can only be known in its expression. Now when we are considering matter only as regards its quantity, not its quality, this expression can only be mechanical, that is, it can only consist in motion which it imparts to other matter; for only in motion does the force of matter become, so to speak, alive. Hence the expression vis viva for the manifestation of force of matter in motion. Accordingly, the only measure of the quantity of a given matter is the quantity of its motion, or its momentum. In this, however, if it is given, the quantity of matter still appears in conjunction and amalgamated with its other factor, velocity. Therefore, if we want to know the quantity of matter, the mass, this other factor must be eliminated. Now the velocity is known directly, for it is s/t. But the other factor, which remains when this is eliminated, can always be known only relatively in comparison with other masses, which again can only be known themselves by means of the quantity of their motion, or their momentum, thus in their combination with velocity. We must therefore compare one quantity of motion with the other, and then subtract the velocity from both, in order to see how much each of them owed to its mass. This is done by weighing the masses against each other, in which that quantity of motion is compared which, in each of the two masses, calls forth the attractive power of the earth that acts upon both only in proportion to their quantity. Therefore there are two kinds of weighing. Either we impart to the two masses to be compared equal velocity, in order to find out which of the two now communicates motion to the other, thus itself has a greater quantity of motion, which, since the velocity is the same on both sides, is to be ascribed to the other factor of the quantity of motion, or the momentum, thus to the mass (common balance); or we weigh by investigating how much more velocity the one mass must receive than the other has, in order to be equal to the latter in quantity of motion or momentum, and therefore allow no more motion to be communicated to itself by the other, for then in proportion as its velocity must exceed that of the other, its mass, that is, the quantity of its matter, is less than that of the other (steelyard). This estimation of masses by weighing depends upon the favourable circumstance that the moving force in itself acts upon both quite equally, and each of the two is in a position to communicate to the other directly its surplus quantity of motion or momentum, so that it becomes visible. The substance of these doctrines has long ago been expressed by Newton and Kant, but through the connection and the clearness of this exposition I believe I have made it more intelligible, so that that insight is possible for all which I regarded as necessary for the justification of proposition number 18. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Of supplements to the first book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 5. On the Irrational Intellect. It must be possible to arrive at a complete knowledge of the consciousness of the brutes, for we can construct it by abstracting certain properties of our own consciousness. On the other hand, there enters into the consciousness of the brute instinct, which is much more developed in all of them than in man, and in some of them extends to what we call mechanical instinct. The brutes have understanding without having reason, and therefore they have knowledge of perception, but no abstract knowledge. They apprehend correctly, and also grasp the immediate causal connection, in the case of the higher species even through several links of its chain, but they do not, properly speaking, think, for they lack conceptions, that is, abstract ideas. The first consequence of this, however, is the want of a proper memory, which applies even to the most sagacious of the brutes, and it is just this which constitutes the principal difference between their consciousness and that of men. Perfect intelligence depends upon the distinct consciousness of the past and of the eventual future, as such and in connection with the present. The special memory which this demands is therefore an orderly, connected, and thinking retrospective recollection. This, however, is only possible by means of general conceptions, the assistance of which is required by what is entirely individual, in order that it may be recalled in its order and connection. For the boundless multitude of things and events of the same and similar kinds in the course of our life does not admit directly of a perceptible and individual recollection of each particular, for which neither the powers of the most comprehensive memory nor our time would be sufficient. Therefore all this can only be preserved by subsuming it under general conceptions, and the consequent reference to relatively few principles, by means of which we then have always at command an orderly and adequate survey of our past. We can only present to ourselves in perception particular scenes of the past, but the time that has passed since then and its content we are conscious of only in the abstract, by means of conceptions of things and numbers which now represent days and years, together with their content. The memory of the brutes, on the contrary, like their whole intellect, is confined to what they perceive, and primarily consists merely in the fact that a recurring impression presents itself as having already been experienced, for the present perception revivifies the traces of an earlier one. Their memory is therefore always dependent upon what is now actually present. Just on this account, however, this excites anew the sensation and the mood which the earlier phenomenon produced. Thus the dog recognises acquaintances, distinguishes friends from enemies, easily finds again the path it has once travelled, the houses it has once visited, and at the sight of a plate or a stick is at once put into the mood associated with them. All kinds of training depend upon the use of this perceptive memory, and on the force of habit, which in the case of animals is specially strong. It is therefore just as different from human education as perception is from thinking. We ourselves are in certain cases, in which memory proper refuses us its service, confined to that merely perceptive recollection, and thus we can measure the difference between the two from our own experience. For example, at the sight of a person whom it appears to us we know, although we are not able to remember when or where we saw him, or again, when we visit a place where we once were in early childhood, that is, while our reason was yet undeveloped, and which we have therefore entirely forgotten, and yet feel that the present impression is one which we have already experienced. This is the nature of all the recollections of the brutes. We have only to add that in the case of the most sagacious this merely perceptive memory rises to a certain degree of phantasy, which again assists it, and by virtue of which, for example, the image of its absent master floats before the mind of the dog and excites a longing after him, so that when he remains away long, it seeks for him everywhere. Its dreams also depend upon this phantasy. The consciousness of the brutes is accordingly a mere succession of presents, none of which, however, exist as future before they appear, nor as past after they have vanished, which is the specific difference of human consciousness. Hence the brutes have infinitely less to suffer than we have, because they know no other pains but those which the present directly brings. But the present is without extension, while the future and the past, which contain most of the causes of our suffering, are widely extended, and to their actual content there is added that which is merely possible, which opens up an unlimited field for desire and aversion. The brutes, on the contrary, undisturbed by these, enjoy quietly and peacefully each present moment, even if it is only bearable. Human beings of very limited capacity perhaps approach them in this. Further, the sufferings which belong purely to the present can only be physical. Indeed, the brutes do not, properly speaking, feel death; they can only know it when it appears, and then they are already no more. Thus then the life of the brute is a continuous present. It lives on without reflection, and exists wholly in the present. Even the great majority of men live with very little reflection. Another consequence of the special nature of the intellect of the brutes, which we have explained, is the perfect accordance of their consciousness with their environment. Between the brute and the external world there is nothing, but between us and the external world there is always our thought about it, which makes us often inapproachable to it, and it to us. Only in the case of children and very primitive men is this wall of partition so thin that in order to see what goes on in them we only need to see what goes on round about them. Therefore the brutes are incapable alike of purpose and dissimulation; they reserve nothing. In this respect the dog stands to the man in the same relation as a glass goblet to a metal one, and this helps greatly to endear the dog so much to us, for it affords us great pleasure to see all those inclinations and emotions which we so often conceal displayed simply and openly in him. In general, the brutes always play, as it were, with their hand exposed, and therefore we contemplate with so much pleasure their behaviour towards each other, both when they belong to the same and to different species. It is characterised by a certain stamp of innocence, in contrast to the conduct of men, which is withdrawn from the innocence of nature by the entrance of reason, and with it of prudence or deliberation. Hence human conduct has throughout the stamp of intention or deliberate purpose, the absence of which, and the consequent determination by the impulse of the moment, is the fundamental characteristic of all the action of the brutes. No brute is capable of a purpose properly so called. To conceive and follow out a purpose is the prerogative of man, and it is a prerogative which is rich in consequences. Certainly an instinct like that of the bird of passage or the bee, still more a permanent persistent desire, a longing like that of the dog for its absent master, may present the appearance of a purpose, with which, however, it must not be confounded. Now all this has its ultimate ground in the relation between the human and the brute intellect, which may also be thus expressed: the brutes have only direct knowledge, while we, in addition to this, have indirect knowledge, and the advantage which in many things, for example, in trigonometry and analysis, in machine work instead of hand work, &c., indirect has over direct knowledge appears here also. Thus again we may say, the brutes have only a single intellect, we a double intellect, both perceptive and thinking, and the operation of the two often go on independently of each other. We perceive one thing and we think another; often again they act upon each other. This way of putting the matter enables us specially to understand that natural openness and naïveté of the brutes referred to above, as contrasted with the concealment of man. However, the law, natura non facit saltus, is not entirely suspended even with regard to the intellect of the brutes, though certainly the step from the brute to the human intelligence is the greatest which nature has made in the production of her creatures. In the most favoured individuals of the highest species of the brutes there certainly sometimes appears, always to our astonishment, a faint trace of reflection, reason, the comprehension of words, of thought, purpose, and deliberation. The most striking indications of this kind are afforded by the elephant, whose highly developed intelligence is heightened and supported by an experience of a lifetime which sometimes extends to 200 years. He has often given unmistakable signs, recorded in well‐known anecdotes, of premeditation, which, in the case of brutes, always astonishes us more than anything else. Such, for instance, is the story of the tailor on whom an elephant revenged himself for pricking him with a needle. I wish, however, to rescue from oblivion a parallel case to this, because it has the advantage of being authenticated by judicial investigation. On the 27th of August, 1830, there was held at Morpeth in England a coroner's inquest on the keeper, Baptiste Bernhardt, who was killed by his elephant. It appeared from the evidence that 2 years before he had offended the elephant grossly, and now, without any occasion, but on a favourable opportunity, the elephant had seized him and crushed him. See The Spectator and other English papers of that day. For special information on the intelligence of brutes, I recommend Leroy's excellent book, Sur l'intelligence des animaux, new edition, 1802. Chapter V. Chapter VI. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Vol. II, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter VI. On the Doctrine of Abstract or Rational Knowledge. The outward impression upon the senses, together with the mood which it alone awakens in us, vanishes with the presence of the thing. Therefore these two cannot of themselves constitute experience proper, whose teaching is to guide our conduct for the future. The image of that impression which the imagination preserves is originally weaker than the impression itself, and becomes weaker and weaker daily, until in time it disappears altogether. There is only one thing which is not subject either to the instantaneous vanishing of the impression or to the gradual disappearance of its image, and is therefore free from the power of time. This is the conception. In it, then, the teaching of experience must be stored up, and it alone is suited to be a safe guide to our steps in life. Therefore Seneca says rightly, "Si vis tibi omnia subjicere, te subjice ratione" (Ep. 37). And I add to this that the essential condition of surpassing others in actual life is that we should reflect or deliberate. Such an important tool of the intellect as the concept evidently cannot be identical with the word, this mere sound, which as an impression of sense passes with the moment, or as a phantasm of hearing dies away with time. Yet the concept is an idea, the distinct consciousness and preservation of which are bound up with the word. Hence the Greeks called word, concept, relation, thought, and reason by the name of the first, ὁ λογος. Yet the concept is perfectly different both from the word, to which it is joined, and from the perceptions, from which it has originated. It is of an entirely different nature from these impressions of the senses. Yet it is able to take up into itself all the results of perception, and give them back again unchanged and undiminished after the longest period of time. Thus alone does experience arise. But the concept preserves, not what is perceived nor what is then felt, but only what is essential in these in an entirely altered form, and yet as an adequate representative of them. Just as flowers cannot be preserved, but their ethereal oil, their essence, with the same smell and the same virtues can be. The action that has been guided by correct conceptions will, in the result, coincide with the real object aimed at. We may judge of the inestimable value of conceptions, and consequently of the reason, if we glance for a moment at the infinite multitude and variety of the things and conditions that coexist and succeed each other, and then consider that speech and writing, the signs of conceptions, are capable of affording us accurate information as to everything and every relation, when and wherever it may have been. For comparatively few conceptions can contain and represent an infinite number of things and conditions. In our own reflection, abstraction is a throwing off of useless baggage for the sake of more easily handling the knowledge which is to be compared, and has therefore to be turned about in all directions. We allow much that is unessential, and therefore only confusing, to fall away from the real things, and work with few but essential determinations thought in the abstract. But just because general conceptions are only formed by thinking away and leaving out existing qualities, and are therefore the emptier the more general they are, the use of this procedure is confined to the working up of knowledge which we have already acquired. This working up includes the drawing of conclusions from premises contained in our knowledge. New insight, on the contrary, can only be obtained by the help of the faculty of judgment, from perception, which alone is complete and rich knowledge. Further, because the content and the extent of the concept stand in inverse relation to each other, and thus the more is thought under a concept, the less is thought in it. Concepts form a graduated series, a hierarchy, from the most special to the most general, at the lower end of which scholastic realism is almost right, and at the upper end nominalism. For the most special conception is almost the individual, thus almost real, and the most general conception, for example, being, that is, the infinitive of the copula, is scarcely anything but a word. Therefore, philosophical systems which confine themselves to such very general conceptions, without going down to the real, are little more than mere juggling with words. For since all abstraction consists in thinking away, the further we push it the less we have left over. Therefore, if I read those modern philosophemes which move constantly in the widest abstractions, I am soon quite unable, in spite of all attention, to think almost anything more in connection with them; for I receive no material for thought, but am supposed to work with mere empty shells, which gives me a feeling like that which we experience when we try to throw very light bodies. The strength and also the exertion are there, but there is no object to receive them, so as to supply the other moment of motion. If any one wants to experience this, let him read the writings of the disciples of Schelling, or still better, of the Hegelians. Simple conceptions would necessarily be such as could not be broken up. Accordingly, they could never be the subject of an analytical judgment. This I hold to be impossible, for if we think a conception, we must also be able to give its content. What are commonly adduced as examples of simple conceptions are really not conceptions at all, but partly mere sensations, as for instance those of some special colour, partly the forms of perception which are known to us a priori, thus properly the ultimate elements of perceptive knowledge. But this itself is for the whole system of our thought what granite is for geology, the ultimate firm basis which supports all, and beyond which we cannot go. The distinctness of a conception demands not only that we should be able to separate its predicates, but also that we should be able to analyse these, even if they are abstractions, and so on until we reach knowledge of perception, and thus refer to concrete things, through the distinct perception of which the final abstractions are verified and reality guaranteed to them, as well as to all the higher abstractions which rest upon them. Therefore, the ordinary explanation that the conception is distinct as soon as we can give its predicates is not sufficient. For the separating of these predicates may lead perhaps to more conceptions, and so on again without there being that ultimate basis of perceptions which imparts reality to all those conceptions. Take, for example, the conception spirit, and analyze it into its predicates: a thinking, willing, immaterial, simple, indestructible being that does not occupy space. Nothing is yet distinctly thought about it, because the elements of these conceptions cannot be verified by means of perceptions, for a thinking being without a brain is like a digesting being without a stomach. Only perceptions are, properly speaking, clear, not conceptions; these at the most can only be distinct. Hence also, absurd as it was, clear and confused were coupled together and used as synonymous when knowledge of perception was explained as merely a confused abstract knowledge, because the latter kind of knowledge alone was distinct. This was first done by Duns Scotus, but Leibnitz has substantially the same view, upon which his Identitas Indiscernibilium depends. See Kant's refutation of this, p. 275 of the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. The close connection of the conception with the word, thus of speech with reason, which was touched on above, rests ultimately upon the following ground. Time is throughout the form of our whole consciousness, with its inward and outward apprehension. Conceptions, on the other hand, which originate through abstraction and are perfectly general ideas, different from all particular things, have in this property indeed a certain measure of objective existence, which does not, however, belong to any series of events in time. Therefore, in order to enter the immediate present of an individual consciousness, and thus to admit of being introduced into a series of events in time, they must to a certain extent be reduced again to the nature of individual things, individualised, and therefore linked to an idea of sense. Such an idea is the word. It is accordingly the sensible sign of the conception, and as such the necessary means of fixing it, that is, of presenting it to the consciousness, which is bound up with the form of time, and thus establishing a connection between the reason, whose objects are merely general universals, knowing neither place nor time, and consciousness, which is bound up with time, is sensuous, and so far purely animal. Only by this means is the reproduction at pleasure, thus the recollection and preservation of conceptions, possible and open to us, and only by means of this again are the operations which are undertaken with conceptions possible, judgment, inference, comparison, limitation, &c. It is true it sometimes happens that conceptions occupy consciousness without their signs, as when we run through a train of reasoning so rapidly that we could not think the words in the time. But such cases are exceptions, which presuppose great exercise of the reason, which it could only have obtained by means of language. How much the use of reason is bound up with speech we see in the case of the deaf and dumb, who, if they have learnt no kind of language, show scarcely more intelligence than the orang‐outang or the elephant, for their reason is almost entirely potential, not actual. Words and speech are thus the indispensable means of distinct thought; but as every means, every machine, at once burdens and hinders, so also does language, for it forces the fluid and modifiable thoughts, with their infinitely fine distinctions of difference, into certain rigid, permanent forms, and thus in fixing also fetters them. This hindrance is to some extent got rid of by learning several languages. For in these the thought is poured from one mould into another, and somewhat alters its form in each, so that it becomes more and more freed from all form and clothing, and thus its own proper nature comes more distinctly into consciousness, and it recovers again its original capacity for modification. The ancient languages render this service very much better than the modern, because, on account of their great difference from the latter, the same thoughts are expressed in them in quite another way, and must thus assume a very different form. Besides which, the more perfect grammar of the ancient languages renders a more artistic and more perfect construction of the thoughts and their connection possible. Thus, a Greek or a Roman might perhaps content himself with his own language, but he who understands nothing but some single modern patois will soon betray this poverty in writing and speaking, for his thoughts, firmly bound to such narrow stereotyped forms, must appear awkward and monotonous. Genius certainly makes up for this as for everything else, for example, in Shakespeare. Burke, in his "Inquiry into the Sublime and Beautiful," p. 5, §§ 4 and 5, has given a perfectly correct and very elaborate exposition of what I laid down in § 9 of the first volume, that the words of a speech are perfectly understood without calling up ideas of perception, pictures in our heads; but he draws from this the entirely false conclusion that we hear, apprehend, and make use of words without connecting with them any idea whatever, whereas he ought to have drawn the conclusion that all ideas are not perceptible images, but that precisely those ideas which must be expressed by means of words are abstract notions or conceptions, and these from their very nature are not perceptible. Just because words impart only general conceptions, which are perfectly different from ideas of perception, when, for example, an event is recounted, all the hearers will receive the same conceptions. But if afterwards they wish to make the incident clear to themselves, each of them will call up in his imagination a different image of it, which differs considerably from the correct image that is possessed only by the eye‐witness. This is the primary reason, which, however, is accompanied by others, why every fact is necessarily distorted by being repeatedly told. The second recounter communicates conceptions which he has abstracted from the image of his own imagination, and from these conceptions the third now forms another image differing still more widely from the truth, and this again he translates into conceptions, and so the process goes on. Whoever is sufficiently matter of fact to stick to the conceptions imparted to him and repeat them, will prove the most truthful reporter. The best and most intelligent exposition of the essence and nature of conceptions which I have been able to find is in Thomas Reid's "Essays on the Powers of Human Mind," vol. ii. Essay 5, chapter 6. This was afterwards condemned by Dugald Stewart in his "Philosophy of the Human Mind." Not to waste paper, I will only briefly remark with regard to the latter, that he belongs to that large class who have obtained an undeserved reputation through favour and friends, and therefore I can only advise that not an hour should be wasted over the scribbling of this shallow writer. The princely scholastic, Pico de Mirandola, already saw that reason is the faculty of abstract ideas, and understanding the faculty of ideas of perception. For in his book De Imaginatione, chapter 11, he carefully distinguishes understanding and reason, and explains the latter as the discursive faculty peculiar to man, and the former as the intuitive faculty allied to the kind of knowledge which is proper to the angels, and indeed to God. Spinoza also characterises reason quite correctly as the faculty of framing general conceptions. Such facts would not need to be mentioned if it were not for the tricks that have been played in the last 50 years by the whole of the philosophasters of Germany with the conception reason, for they have tried with shameless audacity to smuggle in under this name an entirely spurious faculty of immediate metaphysical, so‐called supersensuous knowledge. The reason proper, on the other hand, they call understanding, and the understanding proper as something quite strange to them they overlook altogether, and ascribe its intuitive functions to sensibility. In the case of all things in this world, new drawbacks or disadvantages cleave to every source of aid, to every gain, to every advantage, and thus reason also, which gives to man such great advantages over the brutes, carries with it its special disadvantages, and opens for him paths of error into which the brutes can never stray. Through it, a new species of motives, to which the brute is not accessible, obtains power over his will. These are the abstract motives, the mere thoughts, which are by no means always drawn from his own experience, but often come to him only through the talk and example of others, through tradition and literature. Having become accessible to thought, he is at once exposed to error. But every error must sooner or later do harm, and the greater the error, the greater the harm it will do. The individual error must be atoned for by him who cherishes it, and often he has to pay dearly for it. And the same thing holds good on a large scale of the common errors of whole nations. Therefore it cannot too often be repeated that every error, wherever we meet it, is to be pursued and rooted out as an enemy of mankind, and that there can be no such thing as privileged or sanctioned error. The thinker ought to attack it, even if humanity should cry out with pain, like a sick man whose ulcer the physician touches. The brute can never stray far from the path of nature, for its motives lie only in the world of perception, where only the possible, indeed only the actual, finds room. On the other hand, all that is only imaginable, and therefore also the false, the impossible, the absurd, and senseless, enters into abstract conceptions, into thoughts and words. Since now all partake of reason, but few of judgment, the consequence is that man is exposed to delusion, for he is abandoned to every conceivable chimera which every one talks him into, and which, acting on his will as a motive, may influence him to perversities and follies of every kind, to the most unheard of extravagances, and also to actions most contrary to his animal nature. True culture, in which knowledge and judgment go hand in hand, can only be brought to bear on a few, and still fewer are capable of receiving it. For the great mass of men a kind of training everywhere takes its place. It is effected by example, custom, and the very early and firm impression of certain conceptions before any experience, understanding, or judgment were there to disturb the work. Thus thoughts are implanted which afterward cling as firmly and are as incapable of being shaken by any instruction as if they were inborn; and indeed they have often been regarded, even by philosophers, as such. In this way we can with the same trouble imbue men with what is right and rational, or with what is most absurd. For example, we can accustom them to approach this or that idol with holy dread, and at the mention of its name to prostrate in the dust not only their bodies but their whole spirit, to sacrifice their property and their lives willingly to words, to names, to the defence of the strangest whims, to attach arbitrarily the greatest honour or the deepest disgrace to this or that, and to prize highly or disdain everything accordingly with full inward conviction, to renounce all animal food, as in Hindustan, or to devour still warm and quivering pieces cut from the living animal, as in Abyssinia, to eat men, as in New Zealand, or to sacrifice their children to Moloch, to castrate themselves, to fling themselves voluntarily on the funeral piles of the dead, in a word, to do anything we please. Hence the Crusades, the extravagances of fanatical sects; hence Chiliasts and flagellants, persecutions, autos de fe, and all that is offered by the long register of human perversities. Lest it should be thought that only the Dark Ages afford such examples, I shall add a couple of more modern instances. In the year 1818 there went from Würtemberg 7,000 Chiliasts to the neighbourhood of Ararat, because the new kingdom of God, specially announced by Jung Stilling, was to appear there. Gall relates that in his time a mother killed her child and roasted it in order to cure her husband's rheumatism with its fat. The tragical side of error lies in the practical, the comical is reserved for the theoretical. For example, If we could firmly persuade three men that the sun is not the cause of daylight, we might hope to see it soon established as the general conviction. In Germany it was possible to proclaim as the greatest philosopher of all ages Hegel a repulsive, mindless charlatan, an unparalleled scribbler of nonsense, and for 20 years many thousands have believed it stubbornly and firmly. And indeed, outside Germany, the Danish Academy entered the lists against myself for his fame, and sought to have him regarded as a summus philosophus. Upon this see the preface to my Grundproblemen der Ethik. These, then, are the disadvantages which, on account of the rarity of judgment, attach to the existence of reason. We must add to them the possibility of madness. The brutes do not go mad, although the carnivora are subject to fury, and the ruminants to a sort of delirium. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7, on the relation of the concrete knowledge of perception to abstract knowledge. Part 1. It has been shown that conceptions derive their material from knowledge of perception, and therefore the entire structure of our world of thought rests upon the world of perception. We must therefore be able to go back from every conception, even if only indirectly through intermediate conceptions, to the perceptions from which it is either itself directly derived, or those conceptions are derived of which it is again an abstraction. That is to say, we must be able to support it with perceptions which stand to the abstractions in the relation of examples. These perceptions thus afford the real content of all our thought, and whenever they are wanting, we have not had conceptions, but mere words in our heads. In this respect our intellect is like a bank, which, if it is to be sound, must have cash in its safe, so as to be able to meet all the notes it has issued in case of demand. The perceptions are the cash, the conceptions are the notes. In this sense the perceptions might very appropriately be called primary, and the conceptions, on the other hand, secondary ideas. Not quite so aptly, the schoolmen, following the example of Aristotle (Metaph. vi. 11 and xi. 1), called real things substantii primae and the conceptions substantii secundae. Books impart only secondary ideas. Mere conceptions of a thing without perception give only a general knowledge of it. We only have a thorough understanding of things and their relations so far as we are able to represent them to ourselves in pure, distinct perceptions, without the aid of words. To explain words by words, to compare concepts with concepts, in which most philosophizing consists, is a trivial shifting about of the concept spheres, in order to see which goes into the other and which does not. At the best we can in this way only arrive at conclusions, but even conclusions give no really new knowledge, but only show us all that lay in the knowledge we already possessed, and what part of it perhaps might be applicable to the particular case. On the other hand, to perceive, to allow the things themselves to speak to us, to apprehend new relations of them, and then to take up and deposit all this in conceptions, in order to possess it with certainty, that gives new knowledge. But while almost every one is capable of comparing conceptions with conceptions, to compare conceptions with perceptions is a gift of the select few. It is the condition, according to the degree of its perfection, of wit, judgment, ingenuity, genius. The former faculty, on the contrary, results in little more than possibly rational reflections. The inmost kernel of all genuine and actual knowledge is a perception, and every new truth is the profit or gain yielded by a perception. All original thinking takes place in images, and this is why imagination is so necessary an instrument of thought, and minds that lack imagination will never accomplish much, unless it be in mathematics. On the other hand, merely abstract thoughts, which have no kernel of perception, are like cloud structures without reality. Even writing and speaking, whether didactic or poetical, has for its final aim to guide the reader to the same concrete knowledge from which the author started. If it has not this aim, it is bad. This is why the contemplation and observing of every real thing, as soon as it presents something new to the observer, is more instructive than any reading or hearing. For indeed, if we go to the bottom of the matter, all truth and wisdom, nay, the ultimate secret of things, is contained in each real object, yet certainly only in concreto, just as gold lies hidden in the ore; the difficulty is to extract it. From a book, on the contrary, at the best we only receive the truth at second hand, and oftener not at all. In most books, putting out of account those that are thoroughly bad, the author, when their content is not altogether empirical, has certainly thought but not perceived. He has written from reflection, not from intuition, and it is this that makes them commonplace and tedious. For what the author has thought could always have been thought by the reader also, if he had taken the same trouble. Indeed, it consists simply of intelligent thought, full exposition of what is implicite contained in the theme. But no actually new knowledge comes in this way into the world. This is only created in the moment of perception, of direct comprehension of a new side of the thing. When, therefore, on the contrary, sight has formed the foundation of an author's thought, it is as if he wrote from a land where the reader has never been. For all is fresh and new, because it is drawn directly from the original source of all knowledge. Let me illustrate the distinction here touched upon by a perfectly easy and simple example. Any commonplace writer might easily describe profound contemplation or petrifying astonishment by saying, "He stood like a statue." But Cervantes says, "Like a clothed statue, for the wind moved his garments." Don Quixote, Book 6, Chapter 19. It is thus that all great minds have ever thought in presence of the perception, and kept their gaze steadfastly upon it in their thought. We recognise this from this fact, among others, that even the most opposite of them so often agree and coincide in some particular, because they all speak of the same thing, which they all had before their eyes, the world, the perceived reality. Indeed, in a certain degree they all say the same thing, and others never believe them. We recognise it further in the appropriateness and originality of the expression, which is always perfectly adapted to the subject, because it has been inspired by perception, in the naïveté of the language, the freshness of the imagery, and the impressiveness of the similes, all of which qualities, without exception, distinguish the works of great minds, and, on the contrary, are always wanting in the works of others. Accordingly, only commonplace forms of expression and trite figures are at the service of the latter, and they never dare to allow themselves to be natural, under penalty of displaying their vulgarity in all its dreary barrenness. Instead of this they are affected mannerists. Hence Buffon says, "Le style est l'homme même." If men of commonplace mind write poetry, they have certain traditional, conventional opinions, passions, noble sentiments, &c., which they have received in the abstract, and attribute to the heroes of their poems, who are in this way reduced to mere personifications of those opinions, and are thus themselves to a certain extent abstractions, and therefore insipid and tiresome. If they philosophize, they have taken in a few wide abstract conceptions, which they turn about in all directions as if they had to do with algebraical equations, and hope that something will come of it. At the most we see that they have all read the same things. Such a tossing to and fro of abstract conceptions, after the manner of algebraical equations, which is nowadays called dialectic, does not, like real algebra, afford certain results. For here the conception which is represented by the word is not a fixed and perfectly definite quality, such as are symbolised by the letters in algebra, but is wavering and ambiguous, and capable of extension and contraction. Strictly speaking, all thinking, that is, combining of abstract conceptions, has at the most the recollections of earlier perceptions for its material, and this only indirectly, so far as it constitutes the foundation of all conceptions. Real knowledge, on the contrary, that is, immediate knowledge, is perception alone, new, fresh perception itself. Now the concepts which the reason has framed and the memory has preserved cannot all be present to consciousness at once, but only a very small number of them at a time. On the other hand, the energy with which we apprehend what is present in perception, in which really all that is essential in all things generally is virtually contained and represented, is apprehended, fills the consciousness in one moment with its whole power. Upon this depends the infinite superiority of genius to learning. They stand to each other as the text of an ancient classic to its commentary. All truth and all wisdom really lies ultimately in perception. But this unfortunately can neither be retained nor communicated. The objective conditions of such communication can certainly be presented to others purified and illustrated through plastic and pictorial art, and even much more directly through poetry. But it depends so much upon subjective conditions, which are not at the command of every one and of no one at all times, nay, indeed in the higher degrees of perfection are only the gift of the favoured few. Only the worst knowledge, abstract secondary knowledge, the conception, the mere shadow of true knowledge, is unconditionally communicable. If perceptions were communicable, that would be a communication worth the trouble; but at last every one must remain in his own skin and skull, and no one can help another. To enrich the conception from perception is the unceasing endeavour of poetry and philosophy. However, the aims of man are essentially practical, and for these it is sufficient that what he has apprehended through perception should leave traces in him, by virtue of which he will recognise it in the next similar case. Thus he becomes possessed of worldly wisdom. Thus, as a rule, the man of the world cannot teach his accumulated truth and wisdom, but only make use of it. He rightly comprehends each event as it happens, and determines what is in conformity with it. That books will not take the place of experience nor learning of genius are two kindred phenomena. Their common ground is that the abstract can never take the place of the concrete. Books, therefore, do not take the place of experience, because conceptions always remain general, and consequently do not get down to the particular, which, however, is just what has to be dealt with in life. And besides this, all conceptions are abstracted from what is particular and perceived in experience, and therefore one must have come to know these in order adequately to understand even the general conceptions which the books communicate. Learning cannot take the place of genius, because it also affords merely conceptions. But the knowledge of genius consists in the apprehension of the Platonic Ideas of things, and therefore is essentially intuitive. Thus in the first of these phenomena the objective condition of perceptive or intuitive knowledge is wanting; in the second the subjective; the former may be attained, the latter cannot. Wisdom and genius, these two summits of the Parnassus of human knowledge, have their foundation not in the abstract and discursive, but in the perceptive faculty. Wisdom proper is something intuitive, not something abstract. It does not consist in principles and thoughts, which one can carry about ready in his mind as results of his own research or that of others; but it is the whole manner in which the world presents itself in his mind. This varies so much that on account of it the wise man lives in another world from the fool, and the genius sees another world from the blockhead. That the works of the man of genius immeasurably surpass those of all others arises simply from the fact that the world which he sees, and from which he takes his utterances, is so much clearer, as it were more profoundly worked out than that in the minds of others, which certainly contains the same objects, but is to the world of the man of genius as the Chinese picture without shading and perspective is to the finished oil painting. The material is in all minds the same, but the difference lies in the perfection of the form which it assumes in each, upon which the numerous grades of intelligence ultimately depend. These grades thus exist in the root, in the perceptive or intuitive apprehension, and do not first appear in the abstract. Hence original mental superiority shows itself so easily when the occasion arises, and is at once felt and hated by others. In practical life, the intuitive knowledge of the understanding is able to guide our action and behaviour directly, while the abstract knowledge of the reason can only do so by means of the memory. Hence arises the superiority of intuitive knowledge in all cases which admit of no time for reflection, thus for daily intercourse, in which, just on this account, women excel. Only those who intuitively know the nature of men as they are, as a rule, and thus comprehend the individuality of the person before them, will understand how to manage him with certainty and rightly. Another may know by heart all the 300 maxims of Gratian, but this will not save him from stupid mistakes and misconceptions if he lacks that intuitive knowledge. For all abstract knowledge affords us primarily mere general principles and rules, but the particular case is almost never to be carried out exactly according to the rule. Then the rule itself has to be presented to us at the right time by the memory, which seldom punctually happens. Then the propositio minor has to be formed out of the present case, and finally the conclusion drawn. Before all this is done, the opportunity has generally turned its back upon us, and then those excellent principles and rules serve at the most to enable us to measure the magnitude of the error we have committed. Certainly with time we gain in this way experience and practice, which slowly grows to knowledge of the world, and thus, in connection with this, the abstract rules may certainly become fruitful. On the other hand, the intuitive knowledge, which always apprehends only the particular, stands in immediate relation to the present case. Rule, case, and application are for it one, and action follows immediately upon it. This explains why in real life the scholar, whose pre‐eminence lies in the province of abstract knowledge, is so far surpassed by the man of the world, whose pre‐eminence consists in perfect intuitive knowledge, which original disposition conferred on him and a rich experience has developed. The two kinds of knowledge always stand to each other in the relation of paper money and hard cash, and as there are many cases and circumstances in which the former is to be preferred to the latter, so there are also things and situations for which abstract knowledge is more useful than intuitive. If, for example, it is a conception that in some cases guides our action, when it is once grasped it has the advantage of being unalterable, and therefore under its guidance we go to work with perfect certainty and consistency. But this certainty which the conception confers on the subjective side is outweighed by the uncertainty which accompanies it on the objective side. The whole conception may be false and groundless, or the object to be dealt with may not come under it, for it may be either not at all or not altogether of the kind which belongs to it. Now, if in the particular case we suddenly become conscious of something of this sort, we are put out altogether. If we do not become conscious of it, the result brings it to light. Therefore Vauvenargues says, "Personne n'est sujet à plus de fautes que ceux qui n'agissent que par réflexion." If, on the contrary, it is direct perception of the objects to be dealt with and their relations that guides our action, we easily hesitate at every step, for the perception is always modifiable, is ambiguous, has inexhaustible details in itself, and shows many sides in succession. We act, therefore, without full confidence. But the subjective uncertainty is compensated by the objective certainty, for here there is no conception between the object and us, we never lose sight of it. If therefore we only see correctly what we have before us and what we do, we shall hit the mark. Our action, then, is perfectly sure only when it is guided by a conception, the right ground of which, its completeness and applicability to the given cause, is perfectly certain. Action in accordance with conceptions may pass into pedantry, action in accordance with a perceived impression into levity and folly. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2, of supplements to the first book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7. On the relation of the concrete knowledge of perception to abstract knowledge. Part II. Perception is not only the source of all knowledge, but is itself knowledge κατ' εξοχην, is the only unconditionally true, genuine knowledge completely worthy of the name. For it alone imparts insight properly so called. It alone is actually assimilated by man, passes into his nature, and can with full reason be called his, while the conceptions merely cling to him. In the fourth book we see indeed that true virtue proceeds from knowledge of perception or intuitive knowledge, for only those actions which are directly called forth by this, and therefore are performed purely from the impulse of our own nature, are properly symptoms of our true and unalterable character. Not so those which, resulting from reflection and its dogmas, are often extorted from the character, and therefore have no unalterable ground in us. But wisdom also, the true view of life, the correct eye, and the searching judgment, proceeds from the way in which the man apprehends the perceptible world, but not from his mere abstract knowledge, i.e., not from abstract conceptions. The basis or ultimate content of every science consists not in proofs, nor in what is proved, but in the unproved foundation of the proofs, which can finally be apprehended only through perception. So also the basis of the true wisdom and real insight of each man does not consist in conceptions and in abstract rational knowledge, but in what is perceived, and in the degree of acuteness, accuracy, and profundity with which he has apprehended it. He who excels here knows the Platonic Ideas of the world and life. Every case he has seen represents for him innumerable cases. He always apprehends each being according to its true nature, and his action, like his judgment, corresponds to his insight. By degrees also his countenance assumes the expression of penetration, of true intelligence, and, if it goes far enough, of wisdom. For it is pre‐eminence in knowledge of perception alone that stamps its impression upon the features also, while pre‐eminence in abstract knowledge cannot do this. In accordance with what has been said, we find in all classes men of intellectual superiority, and often quite without learning. Natural understanding can take the place of almost every degree of culture, but no culture can take the place of natural understanding. The scholar has the advantage of such men in the possession of a wealth of cases and facts, historical knowledge, and of causal determinations, natural science, all in well‐ordered connection, easily surveyed. But yet with all this he has not a more accurate and profound insight into what is truly essential in all these cases, facts, and causations. The unlearned man of acuteness and penetration knows how to dispense with this wealth. We can make use of much, we can do with little. One case in his own experience teaches him more than many a scholar is taught by 1,000 cases which he knows, but does not, properly speaking, understand. For the little knowledge of that unlearned man is living, because every fact that is known to him is supported by accurate and well apprehended perception, and thus represents for him 1,000 similar facts. On the contrary, the much knowledge of the ordinary scholar is dead, because even if it does not consist, as is often the case, in mere words, it consists entirely in abstract knowledge. This, however, receives its value only through the perceptive knowledge of the individual with which it must connect itself, and which must ultimately realise all the conceptions. If now this perceptive knowledge is very scanty, such a mind is like a bank with liabilities tenfold in excess of its cash reserve, whereby in the end it becomes bankrupt. Therefore, while the right apprehension of the perceptible world has impressed the stamp of insight and wisdom on the brow of many an unlearned man, the face of many a scholar bears no other trace of his much study than that of exhaustion and weariness from excessive and forced straining of the memory in the unnatural accumulation of dead conceptions. Moreover, the insight of such a man is often so puerile, so weak and silly, that we must suppose that the excessive strain upon the faculty of indirect knowledge, which is concerned with abstractions, directly weakens the power of immediate perceptive knowledge, and the natural and clear vision is more and more blinded by the light of books. At any rate, the constant streaming in of the thoughts of others must confine and suppress our own, and indeed, in the long run, paralyse the power of thought, if it has not that high degree of elasticity which is able to withstand that unnatural stream. Therefore ceaseless reading and study directly injures the mind. The more so, that completeness and constant connection of the system of our own thought and knowledge must pay the penalty if we so often arbitrarily interrupt it in order to gain room for a line of thought entirely strange to us. To banish my own thought in order to make room for that of a book would seem to me like what Shakespeare censures in the tourists of his time, that they sold their own land to see that of others. Yet the inclination for reading of most scholars is a kind of fuga vacui from the poverty of their own minds, which forcibly draws in the thoughts of others. In order to have thoughts they must read something, just as lifeless bodies are only moved from without, while the man who thinks for himself is like a living body that moves of itself. Indeed, it is dangerous to read about a subject before we have thought about it ourselves. For along with the new material, the old point of view and treatment of it creeps into the mind; all the more so as laziness and apathy counsel us to accept what has already been thought, and allow it to pass for truth. This now insinuates itself, and henceforward our thought on the subject always takes the accustomed path, like brooks that are guided by ditches. To find a thought of our own, a new thought, is then doubly difficult. This contributes much to the want of originality on the part of scholars. Add to this that they suppose that, like other people, they must divide their time between pleasure and work. Now they regard reading as their work and special calling, and therefore they gorge themselves with it beyond what they can digest. Then reading no longer plays the part of the mere initiator of thought, but takes its place altogether; for they think of the subject just as long as they are reading about it, thus with the mind of another, not with their own. But when the book is laid aside, entirely different things make much more lively claims upon their interest: their private affairs, and then the theatre, card playing, skittles, the news of the day, and gossip. The man of thought is so because such things have no interest for him. He is interested only in his problems, with which therefore he is always occupied by himself and without a book. To give ourselves this interest, if we have not got it, is impossible. This is the crucial point, and upon this also depends the fact that the former always speak only of what they have read, while the latter, on the contrary, speaks of what he has thought, and that they are, as Pope says, for ever reading, never to be read. The mind is naturally free, not a slave; only what it does willingly, of its own accord, succeeds. On the other hand, the compulsory exertion of a mind in studies for which it is not qualified, or when it has become tired, or in general too continuously and in vita Minerva, dulls the brain, just as reading by moonlight dulls the eyes. This is especially the case with the straining of the immature brain in the earlier years of childhood. I believe that the learning of Latin and Greek grammar from the sixth to the 12th year lays the foundation of the subsequent stupidity of most scholars. At any rate, the mind requires the nourishment of materials from without. All that we eat is not at once incorporated in the organism, but only so much of it as is digested, so that only a small part of it is assimilated, and the remainder passes away. And thus to eat more than we can assimilate is useless and injurious. It is precisely the same with what we read. Only so far as it gives food for thought does it increase our insight and true knowledge. Therefore Heraclitus says, "Polymathia nun ou didascae, motiscitia non dat intellectum." It seems, however, to me that learning may be compared to a heavy suit of armour, which certainly makes a strong man quite invincible, but to the weak man is a burden under which he sinks altogether. The exposition given in our third book of the knowledge of the Platonic Ideas, as the highest attainable by man, and at the same time entirely perceptive or intuitive knowledge, is a proof that the source of true wisdom does not lie in abstract rational knowledge, but in the clear and profound apprehension of the world in perception. Therefore wise men may live in any age, and those of the past remain wise men for all succeeding generations. Learning, on the contrary, is relative. The learned men of the past are for the most part children as compared with us, and require indulgence. But to him who studies in order to gain insight, books and studies are only steps of the ladder by which he climbs to the summit of knowledge. As soon as a round of the ladder has raised him a step, he leaves it behind him. The many, on the other hand, who study in order to fill their memory, do not use the rounds of the ladder to mount by, but take them off and load themselves with them to carry them away, rejoicing at the increasing weight of the burden. They remain always below, because they bear what ought to have borne them. Upon the truth set forth here, that the kernel of all knowledge is the perceptive or intuitive apprehension, depends the true and profound remark of Helvetius, that the really characteristic and original views of which a gifted individual is capable, and the working up, development, and manifold application of which is the material of all his works, even if written much later, can arise in him only up to the 35th or at the latest the 40th year of his life, and are really the result of combinations he has made in his early youth. For they are not mere connections of abstract conceptions, but his own intuitive comprehension of the objective world and the nature of things. Now, that this intuitive apprehension must have completed its work by the age mentioned above, depends partly on the fact that by that time the ectypes of all Platonic Ideas must have presented themselves to the man, and therefore cannot appear later with the strength of the first impression; partly on this, that the highest energy of brain activity is demanded for this quintessence of all knowledge, for this proof before the letter of the apprehension, and this highest energy of the brain is dependent on the freshness and flexibility of its fibres and the rapidity with which the arterial blood flows to the brain. But this again is at its strongest only as long as the arterial system has a decided predominance over the venous system, which begins to decline after the 30th year, until at last, after the 42nd year, the venous system obtains the upper hand, as Cabanis has admirably and instructively explained. Therefore the years between 20 and 30, and the first few years after 30, are for the intellect what May is for the trees. Only then do the blossoms appear of which all the later fruits are the development. The world of perception has made its impression, and thereby laid the foundation of all the subsequent thoughts of the individual. He may by reflection make clearer what he has apprehended; he may yet acquire much knowledge as nourishment for the fruit which has once set; he may extend his views, correct his conceptions and judgments; it may be only through endless combinations that he becomes completely master of the materials he has gained; indeed, he will generally produce his best works much later, as the greatest heat begins with the decline of the day. But he can no longer hope for new original knowledge from the one living fountain of perception. It is this that Byron feels when he breaks forth into his wonderfully beautiful lament: "No more, no more, oh never more on me the freshness of the heart can fall like dew, which out of all the lovely things we see extracts emotions beautiful and new. Hived in our bosoms like the bag of a bee, think'st thou the honey with those objects grew? Alas! 'twas not in them, but in thy power to double even the sweetness of a flower." Through all that I have said hitherto, I hope I have placed in a clear light the important truth that since all abstract knowledge springs from knowledge of perception, it obtains its whole value from its relation to the latter, thus from the fact that its conceptions, or the abstractions which they denote, can be realised, that is, proved, through perceptions, and moreover, that most depends upon the quality of these perceptions. Conceptions and abstractions which do not ultimately refer to perceptions, are like paths in the wood that end without leading out of it. The great value of conceptions lies in the fact that by means of them the original material of knowledge is more easily handled, surveyed, and arranged. But although many kinds of logical and dialectical operations are possible with them, yet no entirely original and new knowledge will result from these; that is to say, no knowledge whose material neither lay already in perception, nor was drawn from self‐consciousness. This is the true meaning of the doctrine attributed to Aristotle: nihil est in intellectu, nisi quod antea fuerit in sensu. It is also the meaning of the Lockean philosophy, which made for ever an epoch in philosophy, because it commenced at last a serious discussion of the question as to the origin of our knowledge. It is also principally what the Critique of Pure Reason teaches. It also desires that we should not remain at the conceptions, but go back to their source, thus to perception, only with the true and important addition that what holds good of the perception also extends to its subjective conditions, thus to the forms which lie predisposed in the perceiving and thinking brain as its natural functions, although these at least virtualiter precede the actual sense perception, i.e., are a priori, and therefore do not depend upon sense perception, but it upon them. For these forms themselves have indeed no other end nor service than to produce the empirical perception on the nerves of sense being excited, as other forms are determined afterwards to construct thoughts in the abstract from the material of perception. The Critique of Pure Reason is therefore related to the Lockean philosophy as the analysis of the infinite to elementary geometry, but is yet throughout to be regarded as the continuation of the Lockean philosophy. The given material of every philosophy is accordingly nothing else than the empirical consciousness which divides itself into the consciousness of one's own self, self‐consciousness, and the consciousness of other things, external perception. For this alone is what is immediately and actually given. Every philosophy which, instead of starting from this, takes for its starting point arbitrarily chosen abstract conceptions, such as, for example, absolute, absolute substance, God, infinity, finitude, absolute identity, being, essence, &c., &c., moves in the air without support, and can therefore never lead to a real result. Yet in all ages philosophers have attempted it with such materials, and hence even Kant sometimes, according to the common usage and more from custom than consistency, defines philosophy as a science of mere conceptions. That such a science would really undertake to extract from the partial ideas, for that is what the abstractions are, what is not to be found in the complete ideas, the perceptions, from which the former were drawn by abstraction. The possibility of the syllogism leads to this mistake, because here the combination of the judgments gives a new result, although more apparent than real, for the syllogism only brings out what already lay in the given judgments. For it is true the conclusion cannot contain more than the premises. Conceptions are certainly the material of philosophy, but only as marble is the material of the sculptor. It is not to work out of them, but in them; that is to say, it is to deposit its results in them, but not to start from them as what is given. Whoever wishes to see a glaring example of such a false procedure from mere conceptions may look at the Institutio Theologica of Proclus in order to convince himself of the vanity of that whole method. There abstractions such as εν, πληθος, agathon, paragon kai paragamenon, autarkes, aition, kreton, kiniton, akiniton, kinumenon, that is, unum, multa, bonum, producens et productum, sibi sufficiens, causa, melius, mobile, immobile, motum, etc., are indiscriminately collected, but the perceptions to which alone they owe their origin and content ignored and contemptuously disregarded. A theology is then constructed from these conceptions, but its goal, the θεος, is kept concealed. Thus the whole procedure is apparently unprejudiced, as if the reader did not know at the first page just as well as the author what it is all to end in. I have already quoted a fragment of this above. Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3. Of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 7. On the Relation of the Concrete Knowledge of Perception to Abstract Knowledge. Part 3. This production of Proclus is really quite peculiarly adapted to make clear how utterly useless and illusory such combinations of abstract conceptions are, for we can make of them whatever we will, especially if we further take advantage of the ambiguity of many words, such, for example, as Kreiton. If such an architect of conceptions were present in person, we would only have to ask naively where all the things are of which he has so much to tell us, and whence he knows the laws from which he draws his conclusions concerning them. He would then soon be obliged to turn to empirical perception, in which alone the real world exhibits itself, from which those conceptions are drawn. Then we would only have to ask further why he did not honestly start from the given perception of such a world, so that at every step his assertions could be proved by it, instead of operating with conceptions which are yet drawn from perception alone, and therefore can have no further validity than that which it imparts to them. But of course this is just his trick. Through such conceptions, in which, by virtue of abstraction, what is inseparable is thought as separate, and what cannot be united as united, he goes far beyond the perception which was their source, and thus beyond the limits of their applicability, to an entirely different world from that which supplied the material for building, but just on this account to a world of chimeras. I have here referred to Proclus because in him this procedure becomes specially clear through the frank audacity with which he carries it out. But in Plato also we find some examples of this kind, though not so glaring; and in general the philosophical literature of all ages affords a multitude of instances of the same thing. That of our own time is rich in them. Consider, for example, the writings of the school of Schelling, and observe the constructions that are built up out of abstractions like finite and infinite, being, non-being, other being, activity, hindrance, product, determining being determined, determinateness, limit, limiting being limited, unity, plurality, multiplicity, identity, diversity, indifference, thinking, being, essence, &c. Not only does all that has been said above hold good of constructions out of such materials, but because an infinite amount can be thought through such wide abstractions, only very little indeed can be thought in them; they are empty husks. But thus the matter of the whole philosophising becomes astonishingly trifling and paltry, and hence arises that unutterable and excruciating tediousness which is characteristic of all such writings. If indeed I now chose to call to mind the way in which Hegel and his companions have abused such wide and empty abstractions, I should have to fear that both the reader and I myself would be ill, for the most nauseous tediousness hangs over the empty word‐juggling of this loathsome philophaster. That in practical philosophy also no wisdom is brought to light from mere abstract conceptions is the one thing to be learnt from the ethical dissertations of the theologian Schleiermacher, with the delivery of which he has wearied the Berlin Academy for a number of years, and which are shortly to appear in a collected form. In them only abstract conceptions, such as duty, virtue, highest good, moral law, &c., are taken as the starting point, without further introduction than that they commonly occur in ethical systems, and are now treated as given realities. He then discusses these from all sides with great subtlety, but, on the other hand, never makes for the source of these conceptions, for the thing itself, the actual human life, to which alone they are related, from which they ought to be drawn, and with which morality has, properly speaking, to do. On this account these diatribes are just as unfruitful and useless as they are tedious, which is saying a great deal. At all times we find persons like this theologian, who is too fond of philosophising, famous while they are alive, afterwards soon forgotten. My advice is rather to read those whose fate has been the opposite of this, for time is short and valuable. Now, although, in accordance with all that has been said, wide abstract conceptions, which can be realised in no perception, must never be the source of knowledge, the starting point or the proper material of philosophy, yet sometimes particular results of philosophy are such as can only be thought in the abstract, and cannot be proved by any perception. Knowledge of this kind will certainly only be half knowledge. It will, as it were, only point out the place where what is to be known lies, but this remains concealed. Therefore we should only be satisfied with such conceptions in the most extreme case, and when we have reached the limit of the knowledge possible to our faculties. An example of this might perhaps be the conception of a being out of time, such as the proposition, "The indestructibility of our true being by death is not a continued existence of it." With conceptions of this sort, the firm ground which supports our whole knowledge, the perceptible, seems to waver. Therefore philosophy may certainly at times, and in case of necessity, extend to such knowledge, but it must never begin with it. The working with wide abstractions, which is condemned above, to the entire neglect of the perceptive knowledge from which they are drawn, and which is therefore their permanent and natural controller, was at all times the principal source of the errors of dogmatic philosophy. A science constructed from the mere comparison of conceptions, that is, from general principles, could only be certain if all its principles were synthetical a priori, as is the case in mathematics, for only such admit of no exceptions. If, on the other hand, the principles have any empirical content, we must keep this constantly at hand, to control the general principles. For no truths which are in any way drawn from experience are ever unconditionally true. They have therefore only an approximately universal validity, for here there is no rule without an exception. If now I link these principles together by means of the intersection of their concept spheres, one conception might very easily touch the other precisely where the exception lies. But if this happens even only once in the course of a long train of reasoning, the whole structure is loosed from its foundation and moves in the air. If, for example, I say, "The ruminants have no front incisors," and apply this and what follows from it to the camel, it all becomes false, for it only holds good of horned ruminants. What Kant calls das Vernünfteln, mere abstract reasoning, and so often condemns, is just of this sort, for it consists simply in subsuming conceptions under conceptions, without reference to their origin, and without proof of the correctness and exclusiveness of such subsumption, a method whereby we can arrive by longer or shorter circuits at almost any result we choose to set before us as our goal. Hence this mere abstract reasoning differs only in degree from sophistication strictly so called. But sophistication is in the theoretical sphere exactly what chicanery is in the practical. Yet even Plato himself has very frequently permitted such mere abstract reasoning, and Proclus, as we have already mentioned, has, after the manner of all imitators, carried this fault of his model much further. Dionysius the Areopagite, De Divinis Nominibus, is also strongly affected with this. But even in the fragments of the Eleatic Melissus we already find distinct examples of such mere abstract reasoning, especially sections 2-5 in Brandis' Comment Eleaticus. His procedure with the conceptions, which never touch the reality from which they have their content, but, moving in the atmosphere of abstract universality, pass away beyond it, resembles blows which never hit the mark. A good pattern of such mere abstract reasoning is the De Diis et Mundo of the philosopher Sallustius Büchelchen, especially chapters 7, 12, and 17. But a perfect gem of philosophical mere abstract reasoning passing into decided sophistication is the following reasoning of the Platonist Maximus of Tyre, which I shall quote as it is short. Every injustice is the taking away of a good. There is no other good than virtue, but virtue cannot be taken away, thus it is not possible that the virtuous can suffer injustice from the wicked. It now remains either that no injustice can be suffered, or that it is suffered by the wicked from the wicked. But the wicked man possesses no good at all, for only virtue is a good, therefore none can be taken from him. Thus he also can suffer no injustice. Thus injustice is an impossible thing. The original, which is less concise through repetitions, runs thus: Adikia esti aphaeresis agathou, to de agathon ti an ei allo I areti, ide areti anaphaereton, ουκ αδικήσεται toinun otin aretin exon, I ουκ estin adikia aphaeresis agathou, uden gar agathon aphaereton ud kapobliton, ud eleton ude lysiston, eien un ud adiketai o Christos, ud upo tu mokfiru, anaphaeretas gar, lepetai toinun imidena adikesthai kathapax, iton makfiron upo tu omoiu, alato mokfiro udenas metestin agathou, ide adikia in agathou aphaeresis, ode mi echon o ti aphaeresthi, ude es o ti adikisthi eche. Sermon 2. I shall add further a modern example of such proofs from abstract conceptions, by means of which an obviously absurd proposition is set up as the truth, and I shall take it from the works of a great man, Giordano Bruno. In his book, Del Infinito Universo e Mondi, p. 87 of the edition of A. Wagner, he makes an Aristotelian proof, with the assistance and exaggeration of the passage of Aristotle's De Kilo, 1.5, that there can be no space beyond the world. The world is enclosed by the 8 spheres of Aristotle, and beyond these there can be no space. For if beyond these there were still a body, it must be either simple or compound. It is now proved sophistically, from principles which are obviously begged, that no simple body could be there, and therefore also no compound body, for it would necessarily be composed of simple ones. Thus in general there can be no body there, but if not, then no space. For space is defined as that in which bodies can be, and it has just been proved that no body can be there. Thus there is also there no space. This last is the final stroke of this proof from abstract conceptions. It ultimately rests on the fact that the proposition where no space is there can be no body is taken as a universal negative, and therefore converted simply, where no body can be there is no space. But the former proposition, when properly regarded, is a universal affirmative. Everything that has no space has no body; thus it must not be converted simply. Yet it is not every proof from abstract conceptions, with a conclusion which clearly contradicts perception, as here the finiteness of space, that can thus be referred to a logical error. For the sophistry does not always lie in the form, but often in the matter, in the premisses, and in the indefiniteness of the conceptions and their extension. We find numerous examples of this in Spinoza, whose method indeed it is to prove from conceptions. See, for example, the miserable sophisms in his Ethics, P4, Prop. 29-31, by means of the ambiguity of the uncertain conceptions convenere and commune habere. Yet this does not prevent the neo-Spinozists of our own day from taking all that he has said for gospel. Of these, the Hegelians, of whom there are actually still a few, are especially amusing on account of their traditional reverence for his principle, omnis determinatio est negatio, at which, according to the charlatan spirit of the school, they put on a face as if it was able to unhinge the world, whereas it is of no use at all. For even the simplest can see for himself that if I limit anything by determinations, I thereby exclude and thus negate what lies beyond these limits. Thus in all mere reasonings of the above kind, it becomes very apparent that what errors that algebra with mere conceptions, uncontrolled by perception, is exposed to, and that therefore perception is for our intellect what the firm ground upon which it stands is for our body. If we forsake perception, everything is instabilis tellus, inabilis unda. The reader will pardon the fulness of these expositions and examples on account of their instructiveness. I have sought by means of them to bring forward and support the difference, indeed the opposition, between perceptive and abstract or reflected knowledge, which has hitherto been too little regarded, and the establishment of which is a fundamental characteristic of my philosophy. for many phenomena of our mental life are only explicable through this distinction. The connecting link between these two such different kinds of knowledge is the faculty of judgment, as I have shown in § 14 of the first volume. This faculty is certainly also active in the province of mere abstract knowledge, in which it compares conceptions only with conceptions. Therefore every judgment, in the logical sense of the word, is certainly a work of the faculty of judgment, for it always consists in the subsumption of a narrower conception under a wider one. Yet this activity of the faculty of judgment, in which it merely compares conceptions with each other, is a simpler and easier task than when it makes the transition from what is quite particular, the perception, to the essentially general, the conception. For by the analysis of conceptions into their essential predicates, it must be possible to decide upon purely logical grounds whether they are capable of being united or not, and for this the mere reason which every one possesses is sufficient. The faculty of judgment is therefore only active here in shortening this process, for he who is gifted with it sees at a glance what others only arrive at through a series of reflections. But its activity in the narrower sense really only appears when what is known through perception, thus the real experience, has to be carried over into distinct abstract knowledge, subsumed under accurately corresponding conceptions, and thus translated into reflected rational knowledge. It is therefore this faculty which has to establish the firm basis of all sciences, which always consists of what is known directly, and cannot be further denied. Therefore here, in the fundamental judgments, lies the difficulty of the sciences, not in the inferences from these. To infer is easy, to judge is difficult. False inferences are rare, false judgments are always the order of the day. Not less in practical life has the faculty of judgment to give the decision in all fundamental conclusions and important determinations. Its office is in the main like that of the judicial sentence. As the burning glass brings to a focus all the sun's rays, so when the understanding works, the intellect has to bring together all the data which it has upon the subject so closely that the understanding comprehends them at a glance, which it now rightly fixes, and then carefully makes the result distinct to itself. Further, the great difficulty of judging in most cases depends upon the fact that we have to proceed from the consequent to the reason, a path which is always uncertain. Indeed, I have shown that the source of all error lies here. Yet in all the empirical sciences, and also in the affairs of real life, this way is for the most part the only one open to us. The experiment is an attempt to get over it again the other way. Therefore it is decisive, and at least brings out error clearly, provided always that it is rightly chosen and honestly carried out, not like Newton's experiments in connection with a theory of colours. But the experiment itself must also again be judged. The complete certainty of the a priori sciences, logic and mathematics, depends principally upon the fact that in them the path from the reason to the consequent is open to us, and it is always certain. This gives them the character of purely objective sciences, that is, sciences with regard to whose truths all who understand them must judge alike. And this is all the more remarkable as they are the very sciences which rest on the subjective forms of the intellect, while the empirical sciences alone have to do with what is palpably objective. Wit and ingenuity are also manifestations of the faculty of judgment. In the former its activity is reflective, in the latter subsuming. In most men the faculty of judgment is only nominally present. It is a kind of irony that it is reckoned with the normal faculties of the mind, instead of being only attributed to the monstris per excessum. Ordinary men show even in the smallest affairs want of confidence in their own judgment, just because they know from experience that it is of no service. With them prejudice and imitation take its place, and thus they are kept in a state of continual nonage, from which scarcely one in many hundreds is delivered. Certainly this is not avowed, for even to themselves they appear to judge; but all the time they are glancing stealthily at the opinion of others, which is their secret standard. While each one would be ashamed to go about in a borrowed coat, hat, or mantle, they all have nothing but borrowed opinions, which they eagerly collect wherever they can find them, and then strut about giving them out as their own. Others borrow them again from them and do the same thing. This explains the rapid and wide spread of errors, and also the fame of what is bad. For the professional purveyors of opinion, such as journalists and the like, give as a rule only false wares, as those who hire out masquerading dresses give only false jewels. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 8, on the Theory of the Ludicrous, Part 1. My theory of the ludicrous also depends upon the opposition explained in the preceding chapters between perceptible and abstract ideas, which I have brought into such marked prominence. Therefore what has still to be said in explanation of this theory finds its proper place here, although according to the order of the text it would have to come later. The problem of the origin, which is everywhere the same, and hence of the peculiar significance of laughter, was already known to Cicero, but only to be at once dismissed as insoluble. The oldest attempt known to me at a psychological explanation of laughter is to be found in Hutcheson's Introduction into Moral Philosophy, Book I, Chapter 1, Section 14. A somewhat later anonymous work, Traité des causes physiques et morales du rire, 1768, is not without merit as a ventilation of the subject. Plattner, in his Anthropology, § 894, has collected the opinions of the philosophers from Hume to Kant, who have attempted an explanation of this phenomenon peculiar to human nature. Kant's and Jean Paul's theories of the ludicrous are well known. I regard it as unnecessary to prove their incorrectness, for whoever tries to refer given cases of the ludicrous to them will in the great majority of instances be at once convinced of their insufficiency. According to my explanation given in the first volume, the source of the ludicrous is always the paradoxical, and therefore unexpected, subsumption of an object under a conception which in other respects is different from it. And accordingly the phenomenon of laughter always signifies the sudden apprehension of an incongruity between such a conception and the real object thought under it, thus between the abstract and the concrete object of perception. The greater and more unexpected, in the apprehension of the laughter, this incongruity is, the more violent will be his laughter. Therefore in everything that excites laughter it must always be possible to show a conception and a particular, i.e., a thing or event which certainly can be subsumed under that conception, and therefore thought through it, yet in another and more predominating aspect does not belong to it at all, but is strikingly different from everything else that is thought through that conception. If, as often occurs, especially in witticisms, instead of such a real object of perception, the conception of a subordinate species is brought under the higher conception of the genus, it will yet excite laughter only through the fact that the imagination realises it, i.e., makes a perceptible representative stand for it, and thus the conflict between what is thought and what is perceived takes place. Indeed, if we wish to understand this perfectly explicitly, it is possible to trace everything ludicrous to a syllogism in the first figure, with an undisputed major and an unexpected minor, which to a certain extent is only sophistically valid, in consequence of which connection the conclusion partakes of the quality of the ludicrous. In the first volume I regarded it as superfluous to illustrate this theory by examples, for every one can do this for himself by a little reflection upon cases of the ludicrous which he remembers. Yet, in order to come to the assistance of the mental inertness of those readers who prefer always to remain in a passive condition, I will accommodate myself to them. Indeed, in this third edition I wish to multiply and accumulate examples, so that it may be indisputable that here, after so many fruitless earlier attempts, the true theory of the ludicrous is given, and the problem which was proposed and also given up by Cicero is definitely solved. If we consider that an angle requires two lines meeting, so that if they are produced they will intersect each other; on the other hand, that the tangent of a circle only touches it at one point, but at this point is really parallel to it, and accordingly have present to our minds the abstract conviction of the impossibility of an angle between the circumference of a circle and its tangent, and if now such an angle lies visibly before us upon paper, this will easily excite a smile. The ludicrousness in this case is exceedingly weak, but yet the source of it in the incongruity of what is thought and perceived appears in it with exceptional distinctness. When we discover such an incongruity, the occasion for laughter that thereby arises is, according as we pass from the real, i.e., the perceptible, to the conception, or conversely from the conception to the real, either a witticism or an absurdity, which in a higher degree, and especially in the practical sphere, is folly, as was explained in the text. Now to consider examples of the first case, thus of wit, we shall first of all take the familiar anecdote of the Gascon at whom the king laughed when he saw him in light summer clothing in the depth of winter, and who thereupon said to the king, "If your Majesty had put on what I have, you would find it very warm," and on being asked what he had put on, replied, "My whole wardrobe." Under this last conception we have to think both the unlimited wardrobe of a king and the single summer coat of a poor devil, the sight of which upon his freezing body shows its great incongruity with the conception. The audience in a theatre in Paris once called for the "Marseillaise" to be played, and as this was not done, began shrieking and howling, so that at last a commissary of police in uniform came upon the stage and explained that it was not allowed that anything should be given in the theatre except what was in the play‐bill. Upon this a voice cried, "Et vous, monsieur, êtes-vous aussi sur l'affiche?" a hit which was received with universal laughter. For here the subsumption of what is heterogeneous is at once distinct and unforced. The epigram, "Bav is the true shepherd of whom the Bible spake; though his flock be all asleep, he alone remains awake," subsumes under the conception of a sleeping flock and a waking shepherd the tedious preacher who still bellows on unheard when he has sent all the people to sleep. Analogous to this is the epitaph on a doctor: "Here lies he like a hero, and those he has slain lie around him." It subsumes under the conception honourable to the hero of lying surrounded by dead bodies the doctor who is supposed to preserve life. Very commonly the witticism consists in a single expression, through which only the conception is given, under which the case presented can be subsumed, though it is very different from everything else that is thought under it. So is it in Romeo when the vivacious Mercutio answers his friends who promise to visit him on the morrow, "Ask for me to‐morrow, and you shall find me a grave man." Under this conception a dead man is here subsumed, but in English there is also a play upon the words, for a grave man means both a serious man and a man of the grave. Of this kind is also the well‐known anecdote of the actor Unzelmann. In the Berlin theatre he was strictly forbidden to improvise. Soon afterwards he had to appear on the stage as horseback, and just as he came on the stage the horse dunged, at which the audience began to laugh, but laughed much more when Unzelmann said to the horse, "What are you doing? Don't you know we are forbidden to improvise?" Here the subsumption of the heterogeneous under the more general conception is very distinct, but the witticism is exceedingly happy, and the ludicrous effect produced by it excessively strong. To this class also belongs the following announcement from Hall in a newspaper of March 1851: "The band of Jewish swindlers to which we have referred were again delivered over to us with obbligato accompaniment." This subsuming of a police escort under a musical term is very happy, though it approaches the mere play upon words. On the other hand, it is exactly a case of the kind we are considering when Saphir, in a paper war with the actor Angeli, describes him as Angeli, who is equally great in mind and body. The small stature of the actor was known to the whole town, and thus under the conception great, unusual smallness was presented to the mind. Also, when the same Saphir calls the airs of a new opera "good old friends," and so brings the quality which is most to be condemned under a conception which is usually employed to commend. Also, if we should say of a lady whose favour could be influenced by presents, that she knew how to combine the utile with the dulci, for here we bring the moral life under the conception of a rule which Horace has recommended in an æsthetical reference. Also, if to signify a brothel, we should call it the modest abode of quiet joys. Good society, in order to be thoroughly insipid, has forbidden all decided utterances, and therefore all strong expressions. Therefore it is wont, when it has to signify scandalous or in any way indecent things, to mitigate or extenuate them by expressing them through general conceptions. But in this way it happens that they are more or less incongruously subsumed, and in a corresponding degree the effect of the ludicrous is produced. To this class belongs the use of utili dulci referred to above, and also such expressions as the following: "He had unpleasantness at the ball," when he was thrashed and kicked out, or "He has done too well," when he is drunk, and also "The woman has weak moments" if she is unfaithful to her husband, &c. Equivocal sayings also belong to the same class. They are conceptions which in themselves contain nothing improper, but yet the case brought under them leads to an improper idea. They are very common in society; but a perfect example of a full and magnificent equivocation is Shenstone's incomparable epitaph on a justice of the peace, which in its high‐flown lapidary style seems to speak of noble and sublime things, while under each of their conceptions something quite different is to be subsumed, which only appears in the very last word as the unexpected key to the whole, and the reader discovers with loud laughter that he has only read a very obscene equivocation. In this smooth‐combed age it is altogether impossible to quote this here, not to speak of translating it. It will be found in Shenstone's poetical works under the title "Inscription." Equivocations sometimes pass over into mere puns, about which all that is necessary has been said in the text. Further, the ultimate subsumption, ludicrous to all, of what in one respect is heterogeneous, under a conception which in other respects agrees with it, may take place contrary to our intention. For example, one of the free negroes in North America, who take pains to imitate the whites in everything, quite recently placed an epitaph over his dead child which begins, "Lovely early broken lily." If, on the contrary, something real and perceptible is, with direct intention, brought under the conception of its opposite, the result is plain, common irony. For example, if when it is raining hard we say, "Nice weather we are having to‐day," or if we say of an ugly bride, "That man has found a charming treasure," or of a knave, "This honest man," &c., &c. Only children and quite uneducated people will laugh at such things, for here the incongruity between what is thought and what is perceived is total. Yet just in this direct exaggeration in the production of the ludicrous, its fundamental character, incongruity, appears very distinctly. This species of the ludicrous is, on account of its exaggeration and distinct intention, in some respects related to parody. The procedure of the latter consists in this: it substitutes for the incidents and words of a serious poem or drama insignificant low persons or trifling motives and actions. It thus subsumes the commonplace realities which it sets forth under the lofty conceptions given in the theme, under which in a certain respect they must come, while in other respects they are very incongruous, and thereby the contrast between what is perceived and what is thought appears very glaring. There is no lack of familiar examples of this, and therefore I shall only give one, from the Zobeide of Carlo Gozzi, Act iv. Scene 3, where the famous stanza of Ariosto (Orlando Furioso, 122), "O gran bontà dei cavalieri antichi," etc., is put word for word into the mouth of two clowns who have just been thrashing each other, and tired with this lie quietly side by side. This is also the nature of the application so popular in Germany of serious verses, especially of Schiller, to trivial events, which clearly contains a subsumption of heterogeneous things under the general conception which the verse expresses. Thus, for example, when any one has displayed a very characteristic trait, there will rarely be wanting some one to say, "From that I know with whom I have to do." But it was original and very witty of a man who was in love with a young bride to quote to the newly married couple, I know not how loudly, the concluding words of Schiller's ballad, "The Surety": "Let me be, I pray you, in your bond the third." The effect of the ludicrous is here strong and inevitable, because under the conceptions through which Schiller presents to the mind a moral and noble relation, a forbidden and immoral relation is subsumed, and yet correctly and without change, thus is thought through it. In all the examples of wit given here we find that under a conception, or in general an abstract thought, a real thing is directly or by means of a narrower conception subsumed, which indeed, strictly speaking, comes under it, and yet is as different as possible from the proper and original intention and tendency of the thought. Accordingly wit, as a mental capacity, consists entirely in a facility for finding for every object that appears a conception under which it certainly can be thought, though it is very different from all the other objects which come under this conception. End of chapter 8, part 1. Chapter 8, part 2. Of supplements to the first book, second half. The doctrine of the abstract idea or thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 8. On the Theory of the Ludicrous, Part 2. The second species of the ludicrous follows, as we have mentioned, the opposite path from the abstract conception to the real or perceptible things thought through it. But this now brings to light any incongruity with the conception which was overlooked, and hence arises an absurdity, and therefore in the practical sphere a foolish action. Since the play requires action, this species of the ludicrous is essential to comedy. Upon this depends the observation of Voltaire: "J'ai cru remarquer au spectacle qu'il ne se lève presque jamais de ces éclats de rire universels, qu'à l'occasion d'une méprise." Preface de l'Enfant Prodigue. The following may serve as examples of this species of the ludicrous. When some one had declared that he was fond of walking alone, an Austrian said to him, "You like walking alone. So do I. Therefore we can go together." He starts from the conception, a pleasure which two love they can enjoy in common, and subsumes under it the very case which excludes community. Further, the servant who rubbed a worn sealskin in his master's box with Macassar oil, so that it might become covered with hair again, in doing which he started from the conception, Macassar oil makes hair grow. The soldiers in the guard room who allowed a prisoner who was brought in to join in their game of cards, then quarrelled with him for cheating, and turned him out. They let themselves be led by the general conception, bad companions are turned out, and forget that he is also a prisoner, that is, one whom they ought to hold fast. Two young peasants had loaded their gun with coarse shot, which they wished to extract in order to substitute fine without losing the powder. So one of them put the mouth of the barrel in his hat, which he took between his legs, and said to the other, "Now you pull the trigger slowly, 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 then the shot will come first." He starts from the conception, prolonging the cause prolongs the effect. Most of the actions of Don Quixote are also cases in point, for he subsumes the realities he encounters under conceptions drawn from the romances of chivalry, from which they are very different. For example, in order to support the oppressed, he frees the galley slaves. Properly, all Munchhausenisms are also of this nature, only they are not actions which are performed, but impossibilities, which are passed off upon the hearer as having really happened. In them the fact is always so conceived that when it is thought merely in the abstract, and therefore comparatively a priori, it appears possible and plausible. But afterwards, if we come down to the perception of the particular case, thus a posteriori,
The impossibility of the thing, indeed the absurdity of the assumption, is brought into prominence, and excites laughter through the evident incongruity of what is perceived and what is thought. For example, when the melodies frozen up in the post horn are thawed in the warm room, when Munchausen, sitting upon a tree during a hard frost, draws up his knife which has dropped to the ground by the frozen jet of his own water, etc. Such is also the story of the two lions who broke down the partition between them during the night and devoured each other in their rage, so that in the morning there was nothing to be found but the two tails. There are also cases of the ludicrous, where the conception under which the perceptible facts are brought does not require to be expressed or signified, but comes into consciousness itself through the association of ideas. The laughter into which Garrick burst in the middle of playing tragedy, because a butcher in front of the pit, who had taken off his wig to wipe the sweat from his head, placed the wig for a while upon his large dog, who stood facing the stage with his forepaws resting on the pit railings, was occasioned by the fact that Garrick started from the conception of a spectator which was added in his own mind. This is the reason why certain animal forms, such as apes, kangaroos, jumping hares, etc., sometimes appear to us ludicrous, because something about them resembling man leads us to subsume them under the conception of the human form, and starting from this we perceive their incongruity with it. Now the conceptions whose observed incongruity with the perception moves us to laughter are either those of others or our own. In the first case we laugh at others, in the second we feel a surprise, often agreeable, at the least amusing. Therefore children and uneducated people laugh at the most trifling things, even at misfortunes, if they were unexpected, and thus convicted their preconceived conception of error. As a rule, laughing is a pleasant condition. Accordingly, the apprehension of the incongruity between what is thought and what is perceived, i.e., the real, gives us pleasure, and we give ourselves up gladly to the spasmodic convulsions which this apprehension excites. The reason of this is as follows. In every suddenly appearing conflict between what is perceived and what is thought, what is perceived is always unquestionably right, for it is not subject to error at all, requires no confirmation from without, but answers for itself. Its conflict with what is thought springs ultimately from the fact that the latter with its abstract conceptions cannot get down to the infinite multifariousness and fine shades of difference of the concrete. This victory of knowledge of perception over thought affords us pleasure. For perception is the original kind of knowledge inseparable from animal nature, in which everything that gives direct satisfaction to the will presents itself. It is the medium of the present, of enjoyment and gaiety; moreover, it is attended with no exertion. With thinking the opposite is the case. It is the second power of knowledge, the exercise of which always demands some, and often considerable, exertion. Besides, it is the conceptions of thought that often oppose the gratification of our immediate desires. For, as the medium of the past, the future, and of seriousness, they are the vehicles of our fears, our repentance, and all our cares. It must therefore be diverting to us to see this strict, untiring, troublesome governess, the reason, for once convicted of insufficiency. On this account, then, the mean or appearance of laughter is very closely related to that of joy. On account of the want of reason, thus of general conceptions, the brute is incapable of laughter, as of speech. This is therefore a prerogative and characteristic mark of man. Yet it may be remarked in passing that his one friend the dog has an analogous characteristic action peculiar to him alone in distinction from all other brutes, the very expressive, kindly, and thoroughly honest fawning and wagging of its tail. But how favourably does this salutation given him by nature compare with the bows and simpering civilities of men! At least for the present, it is 1,000 times more reliable than their assurance of inward friendship and devotion. The opposite of laughing and joking is seriousness. Accordingly it consists in the consciousness of the perfect agreement and congruity of the conception or thought with what is perceived, or the reality. The serious man is convinced that he thinks the things as they are, and that they are as he thinks them. This is just why the transition from profound seriousness to laughter is so easy, and can be effected by trifles. For the more perfect that agreement assumed by seriousness may seem to be, the more easily is it destroyed by the unexpected discovery of even a slight incongruity. Therefore the more a man is capable of entire seriousness, the more heartily can he laugh. Men whose laughter is always affected and forced are intellectually and morally of little worth, and in general the way of laughing and, on the other hand, the occasions of it, are very characteristic of the person. That the relations of the sexes afford the easiest materials for jokes, always ready to hand and within the reach of the weakest wit, as is proved by the abundance of obscene jests, could not be if it were not that the deepest seriousness lies at their foundation. That the laughter of others at what we do or say seriously offends us so keenly depends on the fact that it asserts that there is a great incongruity between our conceptions and the objective realities. For the same reason the predicate ludicrous or absurd is insulting. The laugh of scorn announces with triumph to the baffled adversary how incongruous were the conceptions he cherished with the reality which is now revealing itself to him. Our own bitter laughter at the fearful disclosure of the truth through which our firmly cherished expectations are proved to be delusive is the active expression of the discovery now made of the incongruity between the thoughts which, in our foolish confidence in man or fate, we entertained, and the truth which is now unveiled. The intentionally ludicrous is the joke. It is the effort to bring about a discrepancy between the conceptions of another and the reality by disarranging one of the two, while its opposite, seriousness, consists in the exact conformity of the two to each other, which is at least aimed at. But if now the joke is concealed behind seriousness, then we have irony. For example, if with apparent seriousness we acquiesce in the opinions of another, which are the opposite of our own, and pretend to share them with him, till at last the result perplexes him both as to us and them. This is the attitude of Socrates as opposed to Hippias, Protagoras, Gorgias, and other sophists, and indeed often to his collocutors in general. The converse of irony is accordingly seriousness concealed behind a joke, and this is humour. It might be called the double counterpoint of irony. Explanations such as humour is the interpenetration of the finite in the infinite express nothing more than the entire incapacity for thought of those who are satisfied with such empty phrases. Irony is objective, that is, intended for another, but humour is subjective, that is, it primarily exists only for one's own self. Accordingly we find the masterpieces of irony among the ancients, but those of humour among the moderns. For, more closely considered, humour depends upon a subjective, yet serious and sublime mood, which is involuntarily in conflict with a common external world very different from itself, which it cannot escape from, and to which it will not give itself up. Therefore, as an accommodation, it tries to think its own point of view and that external world through the same conceptions. And thus a double incongruity arises, sometimes on the one side, sometimes on the other, between these concepts and the realities thought through them. Hence the impression of the intentionally ludicrous, thus of the joke, is produced, behind which, however, the deepest seriousness is concealed and shines through. Irony begins with a serious air and ends with a smile; with humour the order is reversed. The words of Mercutio, quoted above, may serve as an example of humour. Also in Hamlet, Polonius: "My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you." Hamlet: "You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal, except my life, except my life, except my life." Again, before the introduction of the play at court, Hamlet says to Ophelia: "What should a man do but be merry? For, look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within these 2 hours." Ophelia: "Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord." Hamlet: So long? Nay, then let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. Again, in Jean Paul's Titan, when Schoppe, melancholy and now brooding over himself, frequently looking at his hands, says to himself, "There sits a lord in bodily reality, and I in him, but who is such?" Heinrich Heine appears as a true humorist in his Romancero. Beyond all his jokes and drollery we discern a profound seriousness which is ashamed to appear unveiled. Accordingly, humor depends upon a special kind of mood or temper (German Laune, probably from Luna), through which conception in all its modifications, a decided predominance of the subjective over the objective in the apprehension of the external world, is thought. Moreover, every poetical or artistic presentation of a comical, or indeed even a farcical scene, through which a serious thought yet glimmers as its concealed background, is a production of humor, thus is humorous. Such, for example, is a colored drawing of Tischbein's, which represents an empty room lighted only by the blazing fire in the grate. Before the fire stands a man with his coat off, in such a position that his shadow, going out from his feet, stretches across the whole room. Tischbein comments thus on the drawing: "This is a man who has succeeded in nothing in the world, and who has made nothing of it. Now he rejoices that he can throw such a large shadow." Now, if I had to express the seriousness that lies concealed behind this jest, I could best do so by means of the following verse, taken from the Persian poem of Anwari Sohaili: "If thou hast lost possession of a world, be not distressed, for it is not; or hast thou gained possession of a world, be not o'erjoyed, for it is not. Our pains, our gains all pass away; get thee beyond the world, for it is not." That at the present day the word humorous is generally used in German literature in the sense of comical, arises from the miserable desire to give things a more distinguished name than belongs to them, the name of a class that stands above them. Thus, every inn must be called a hotel, every money changer a banker, every concert a musical academy, the merchant's counting house a bureau, the potter an artist in clay, and therefore also every clown a humorist. The word humor is borrowed from the English to denote a quite peculiar species of the ludicrous, which, indeed, as was said above, is related to the sublime, and which was first remarked by them. But it is not intended to be used as the title for all kinds of jokes and buffoonery, as is now universally the case in Germany, without opposition from men of letters and scholars. For the true conception of that modification, that tendency of the mind, that child of the sublime and the ridiculous, would be too subtle and too high for their public, to please which they take pains to make everything flat and vulgar. Well, high words and a low meaning is in general the model of the noble present, and accordingly nowadays he is called a humorist, who was formerly called a buffoon. End of chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.